Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to,
Us being a little bit early. We're early. I'm still feeling a bit tired. For some reason, which I really shouldn't be. I slept most of yesterday, and I was sleeping until 45 minutes ago. So, I really shouldn't still be tired, but it's fine. It's fine. So, mission successful. Mission so successful, in fact. So here's the fun thing. Here's the fun thing. So here's some adventures in dentistry. Okay, so if you have an issue where you have a history of like fainting when things get taken out of your body, you should probably tell your dentist when you're about to get a wisdom tooth extracted, because that guy was spooked. I don't think I fainted last time, but I came close to it. It's very interesting because like I don't know how normal this is, but I get very lightheaded when I get blood extracted, and I'm not really sure why. And for some reason, when I get like dental procedures where they're pulling a tooth out or something like that, I have a tendency to like get like really lightheaded and like basically faint. I have no idea why. It does not seem like a normal response considering how how spooked the dentist was. He was trying to explain to me, like, okay, well, you know, there's like a little bit of the tooth still in there, and it's normal for us to leave it in because otherwise we risk like damaging the nearby nerves and this, that, the other. It's like a whole thing, right? And it's like, he's like trying to explain all this stuff to me, and I'm like, my head's swimming, and I fully passed out. He went from behind me where the book was to like in front of me, and I don't know how he got there. It was very funny. So yeah, it's like, well, I mean, it wasn't funny. It was just like embarrassing mostly, but it's interesting. Hey, you know, tell your doctor if you're probably going to pass out in their chair. But everything went fine, and as a result of either that symptom or my reflux, which ended up making me puke after the thing happened, which I think that was probably more the reflux than it was the thinger. He ended up giving me like surgical stitching instead of giving. So usually you have like a wad of stuff, of gauze that you like hold on to, and I don't have to hold on to any gauze with my mouth because he gave me some gauze and then he was going to like tell me all these things and what I was supposed to do, and then I vomited, and he's like, this is not sanitary, and said, here, can you like give me that, you know, gauze quick? And then he like takes out one of his tools and like shoves it in my mouth and like goes, okay, so you don't have to worry about any of the gauze stuff. Don't worry about that. That'll dissolve on its own over time. It was very funny. It was very funny. And then like when I'm given the aftercare instructions, I'm just holding. So see the first half of these instructions, just ignore those. Life is good. So anyway, but the cool thing is that the aftercare for this is much simpler than it was the last time. Last time was a different type of procedure as well. I think they like cut it into pieces before they took it out last time. And this time they just yanked that sucker out. It's crazy having someone just pull a tooth out of your skull. It's so fucking crazy. Like, it's a wild experience. It's a wild experience. So, anyway, I lived and, you know, had another situation where I spooked a doctor. But yeah, dentists are doctors, right? I think all dentists are like a type of doctor. I'm fairly certain that it's a classification of doctor. It doesn't matter. What was I saying? Yeah, so we're at 9:00. Perfect. Let's pop over to live scene and we can start things up. But yeah, then I just slept. I just slept and I slept and I slept, and they had me taking antibiotics. and I slept. And I took some antibiotics and I slept. Yeah, it's very funny because we got all this like liquid diet stuff, and I don't actually know how relevant that stuff's going to be with this setup. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I had my first protein shake for breakfast today, which I don't think I've ever had like a protein shake before. So it's just kind of cool. It's like, oh, okay. This is kind of like a lunch kind of deal. I think it's like 220 calories or something, which is like it's not like a full meal, but like if I'm having like a light lunch, it makes sense. I had it for breakfast instead because I'm just like, I don't want to fucking deal with it. The what's the word I'm looking for? It's not gruel. Gruel is not the word I'm looking for, though it's appropriate. I don't know, whatever it is. It's the substance what you eat that's made out of rice and is soft. It's like pseudo soup. Anyway, I have some of that, but I had some for dinner last night, and it was like there's way too many tasty like chunks of meat in this thing for me right now. Like I ate it, but I was like, okay, this is like a lot of work. There's a lot of work eating on one side of my mouth. So what was I doing? I had come here, and we need to actually change some stuff up, I believe. So I guess I should... You know what I should have done? I should have opened up my thingamabobber. Huh. That would have been a smart thing to do. I don't know what I'm going to be doing for the Breath of Fire 4 run. As I'm looking at it, I'm running into the issue that, like, I don't know what I'm going to do from an optimization perspective. I'll have to figure some stuff out, but I think I have at least a few things to explore. So I do think that the first run is going to be exploring the space more than anything else. Are you under fall? You are not. You are supposed to be. So we'll get you under fall. We will, I guess, check Ray and Momo. So Ray is at 35. 36 is days. Okay, Momo is 38. And 39 is days. So those two are both going to days. Let's see if there's anybody else going to fall. So Peiko and Gar are... You know, I should have just been looking at this screen. That would make much more sense. Gar, 33. Gar, 33 is a day's level. Okay. Peiko, level 32. Okay, Peiko level 32 is a fall level. So Cake and Peiko are both switching to fall. And we also need to go talk to the fairies, because there should be a bunch of fairies born at this point. Oops. Oh, whoops, I had this. Like I said, sorry. I had this set up incorrectly, so we're gonna have to talk to Days twice, because we have two people that are... Oh, maybe not. Momo might actually already be under Days. Peiko's already under fall. Okay. Why is Peiko under fall? Peiko's... Peiko must have switched. Oh! Right. Yes, it should just be it should just be Cake and Momo. Cake and Momo need to switch, but nobody else does because everybody else already did switch. I switched everybody, and then I came back here, but then I fought an Archmage, and that leveled up Cake and Momo. So Cake and Momo need leveling, or need a swap, but nobody else should need a swap. Everyone else should be chilling. Okay, that makes sense. So Momo, that explains why you're low life as well. And let's confirm that Momo's on the wrong person. Yeah, she's under fall. She's supposed to be on days. Okay, there we go. So we're going to be a little bit over-leveled for the final boss. Over-leveled in my opinion. We have probably... So right now, each character probably has, generally speaking, better stats than they're going to have at level 50. Maybe not everyone. Peiko probably isn't higher than his default for level 50 for everything, though I think he probably already has better agility. That probably is true. But generally speaking, the party's in a very, very strong position. I did realize that, like, sometime in my 20s, Cake actually got ahead of level 50 in terms of agility. So, like, it gives you an idea of just how big a difference there is in chilling with Myria. Well, what are you doing here? Did you miss me that much? I mean, there's somebody who wants to learn from me? Okay, but only on one condition. You have to call me ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeesh, ma'am. Alright, so Momo is switching to you. Ho, 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 ho. Alright then, Momo. I'll let you be my apprentice. You should know, though, I'm a harsh mistress. There is not anybody else who needs to talk to you right now. Don't even worry about it. I didn't walk out the door. Don't worry about it. I know what I'm doing. I know how to play video games. Okay, so who are we switching? We're switching Nina in so that if we run into one of the bosses, we can fight it. I also think I might be able, with a defender build of some sort, I might be able to trivialize the damage of the Archmage. So it might be kind of fun to tinker with that. I guess we might as well just pop in here. The best way to handle this kind of stuff, from my perspective, if you're playing this game, is the fairy stuff. Is you should probably the Popo are gone. Oh no! Imagine the Popo being gone. You're probably best off just reloading for the thing that you want to have happen. Like, it's not going to take that long. If you just send like 15 fairies out, you can reload 4 or 5 times and that'll get the job done. Right? Almost guaranteed. So that's a thing to sort of like bear in mind, is that if you just save before coming in, you can, when you come in, it'll resolve everything. And we will actually need to do that for the copy shop. Do we want to do the copy shop now? I think we do. What skill is required for this? Yes, perfect. So we have someone with a maxed out skill for the copy shop. That person is going to I'll need to make sure that I resolve this immediately. I don't know how many turns it's going to take to do that. Okay, I would leave... Hi there. Give me one of your items, I'll make a copy of it. Well, sometimes I make a mistake, but who doesn't, right? So, do you want to give me an item? I would love to give you this priceless artifact that there's only one of in the entire game. Let's see. No. It's armor. Alright, this silver tiara. I would love to have a silver tiara. Don't do something silly like that. Don't do something silly like that, okay? Alright, so where are we going to do the fighting for this? I guess we might as well just head over to Myria Station and call it a day. I think we start saving in slot 3 until this is resolved. I am fairly certain that all of these checks are made at the end of the cycle, not the beginning of the cycle. But yeah, we only need to get one copy of this item. There's another item that it would be nice to get multiple copies of, but we haven't gotten our first copy of it yet, which means that we're probably going to be playing through the entire game without it. I'm not going to necessarily worry about that. I am wondering how I want to handle the post-game, such as it is. I do think that I'm probably going to continue playing this tomorrow, since tomorrow's a Friday. But I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. When I got home from the thing, I was like, what do I want to do? And I just don't. I don't know what I want to. I don't know what I want to play. The next game that I want to play, I think, probably is Breath of Fire 4. I remember Breath of Fire 4 having a really interesting plot that I kind of vibed with. It's got an interesting it's got an interesting framing device, like the way that the plot progresses is just super interesting. They did some really interesting stuff with it. Like, it's a little surprising, honestly. Like, I would not expect, from my recollection of Capcom, it's not a company that I would necessarily associate with, like, strong narratives. Right? Like, I associate Capcom with, like, really, really good visuals and just nonsense plot. Right? Like, not nonsense meaning, like, it's bad. Nonsense meaning, like, it's not intended that you're going to dig deeply into it, right? Like, Mega Man, the plot of Mega Man is not meant to be deeply invested in, right? It's like, hey, this plot is an excuse to have you fight cool robots with increasingly silly design concepts behind them, right? That's the point of Mega Man. So it's interesting, like, seeing them sort of like be responsible for such an interesting series in terms of narrative, because I do think that Breath of Fire 3 does incredibly unique things, and engages with some very difficult topics in an interesting way. And Breath of Fire 4 has just like a really interesting way of that. What am I doing? Way of handling itself. It just does really interesting things. So I'm curious to see. I don't think that Breath of Fire 4 is going to make as good of an arc mode. I don't, like, even once I've dug deeper into its bowels and started tearing its mechanics apart, I don't anticipate The reason being that the Master System still exists, but it is considerably sidelined, both in ways that I think are overall good, and in ways that I think are not great. So, here, give me 1 second. So, on the good side, they've changed it so that you don't need to level up characters under the Masters to get them to give you their skills. And they each have, like, their own built-in, like, system for training you new things based off of meeting new thresholds and various things. Engaging with certain combat systems, or engaging with a variety of other things, right? I think that the way that they handle teaching skills makes a lot of sense. Because, I would almost consider it, the way that you do it is kind of like achievements. It's almost the master skill training system is almost like a proto-achievement system. And I think the achievements are an interesting way to get you to, engage with mechanics that you might not engage with as deeply otherwise. So, I think we go to all of the doors. Is there a door in the lab that I couldn't get access to? I don't think so. I think the door that's here leads to the next area. And I don't think I need to deal with that. Because I couldn't pull from. Okay. Wow, Ray's about to level up. Does Ray only need 1 level under this master that they're in? Give me a second. Ray is 35. They're getting to 36. 36 is unfortunately all by its lonesome. So we'll probably switch Ray out as we get to the first door. But that does at least tell us which door we're going to first. Equipping the bell collar. Anyway, so that first change I think is a very good change. I think that it's interesting. There's 2 other changes that work in conjunction to make the Master System overall feel less engaging. Like it doesn't feel like I'm necessarily accomplishing that much with this. In terms of being able to make an interesting build. So the Masters, for the most part, give you very, very low stat gains. So it's disguised somewhat by the fact that I didn't need to come in here yet. I need to fight one more fight. By the fact that HP has been increased by basically an order of magnitude as a stat. So you can basically just treat all HP gains as being a tenth of what they show, and get a roughly equivalent comparison between things. But in addition to in addition to what I haven't stated the first one. So the masters give pretty low gains throughout the entire game. There's not really very many masters that give you much. So if you look at Bunyan has a possible in Breath of Fire 3. Bunyan has a possible +5. That's the maximum you can get if you get all of the benefits and none of the penalties from Bunyan. And that makes Bunyan fairly standard in Breath of Fire 3. There's a lot of people that give you a +5 in 3. Let me take a look at how many there are. Where are the masters at? Here's the masters. So the first master you get has a possible gain of 3. There's the quartet of kids who give very, very bad results. They only give you I think I established like this plus here. That's closer than I would have expected. Yeah, Ray levels up. And we have a +3, a +5, a +2, a +4, a +8, a +7, 2 2s right next to each other, 2 8s right next to each other, a 5, 4 1s, and a 7. That is the and a 0. Because Durandal gives a +0. He doesn't give you any sets. He doesn't take any sets either, but he's useless for stat gains. So you have a lot of masters here that give fairly large gains. If you look at Breath of Fire 4, there are... Let's see. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have like 6 masters who give above 4 as a total possible gain. The problem with that is that only one there are technically 3 masters, it looks like, that go above a +5, right? Which we established as a very common threshold in Breath of Fire 3. And of the ones that do go above 4, most of them do the exact same thing. Most of them give you HP and power and defense, maybe no defense, at the cost of wisdom and agility. There's one master who gives a +6, who gives you AP and wisdom, but that's the only master who gives you, like, basically anything. And she gives you a -2 to defense. So she's basically similar to, I don't know what I would say she's similar to. She's similar to Emitai, but much weaker, is the way that I would describe it. She doesn't have the kind of excessively high gains and losses that Emitai has. Because Emitai is one of the +8 masters. So, this is obviously not great. It makes it so that it's a lot harder to come up with like a really interesting, nice build. If you think about like Days and Fall, they work together very well. They work in conjunction with each other where you can just like make a build that takes advantage of their strengths and weaknesses. And leads to just interesting results. With 4, like, it's real hard to argue against the people who just say, well, you should just you should throw everybody under this one specific master the second that they get access to that master, and then ignore it. There's a idea that the reason that you want to do that is because of the fact that only some of the stat boosting items are easily farmable, and others are not. So there's an idea of that behind. That's why people say to do that more than anything else. Is basically this person gives a huge amount of boosts to the stats that are hard to raise. The stats that are hard to raise are HP and defense. Every other stat is easy to raise, according to the way that people typically raise them. At any rate, I don't know that. It seems to me like there's a decent chance that fishing is not the most efficient usage of your time for increasing your stats. That seems unlikely that that's your best case scenario, and I don't know. I will have to look deeper into it to know. But the real reason why this master is like heads and toes above the rest is just that like he's got such good stat gains. He gives really good stats. He gives 7.5 when the next highest is 6. Right? Like it's a huge amount. But bear in mind this is adjusted for like the perceived relative value of HP, because HP the numbers on HP have just been increased by an order of magnitude in the next game, so you're dealing with thousands of HP instead of like hundreds in the end game. This holds true for both the kinds of stats you're gaining while you level and for stat boosting items. The stat boosting items give you plus 10 instead of plus 1. So I just changed it by an order of magnitude. So as a result of that, it's like, okay, so the strategy that I would be doing is doing a low-level game until I got to this master, but that doesn't do anything new. That's like not... I'm not like adding anything to the... what's the word? Okay, so you're under fall for one more level, actually. But I wouldn't be, like, adding anything interesting to the, like, body of knowledge, body of, like, interesting builds and things like that for Breath of Fire 4 by saying, okay, well, we'll just do a low-level game until you get to the guy who gives you all the stats. that doesn't really add a lot. But the other thing that's an issue that makes it so that this would probably be workable, except for one other issue, which is leveling stats are way higher. Like the actual stat values you're going to end up with when you get to max level are way the fuck higher, I believe. Maybe not. Are they way higher? No, this is after build. Yeah, I believe if we look, I have a spreadsheet that I've started. Yes, so the power stat that that Ryu has in Breath of Fire 4 at max level is 50% higher than the power stat that Ryu has in Breath of Fire 3 at max level. It is it's 200 versus 300. So while you're thinking about, like, okay, the masters give you fewer stat points, the maximum you can get is lower from the masters, but in addition to the maximum that you can get out of them being lower, the base stats are all higher, right? So they're increasing by a smaller amount a larger pool. So the impact that the masters have is just going to be substantially lowered as a result of that. It's like it looked to me. So, like, as an example, like agility is like in the hundreds. Like, I think that Ryu gains like close to 300 agility by max level, which really like throws a wrench in the way that agility works out. There's just a lot more stats to work with. There's a lot more numerical value to the stats to work with. I don't actually know where I'm going, which is why I'm kind of just faffing around. What do I want to do? There has to be a way to get up to that thing, and I don't know where it is, so let's go look for it. There's a chest that I haven't gotten yet over here. And we're getting Peiko and Gar both 1 level, I believe. I think once we get Peiko and Gar level, we will just leave. We're not going to continue from that point. We're going to leave because we want to go talk to the things. I would love to get the girls into their permanent gear. So, once the coffee shop fairy does their job, we'll be in good shape. Anyway, I'm not sure what I want to do for the build for the characters, and as a result of that, I just don't know. I don't know what to do. Do I have life armor equipped, or did I change it? I do have life armor. Sure. Right, I could get to the roof or something from here, right? Was there like a... I think there was an elevator here that I didn't take all of the routes from. Like it had a way up and down. The Deathbot is still alive. What sword do I have equipped? Dragon Blade equipped. Swap that out for something a little bit stronger. We should be golden from here. We charm you. We will need to bring Steelers into the next area that we're going into. We are... we're going to want to steal some stat boosting items for Nina. As per usual. We go to a rival platform. I think workers area is where we were. A rival platform is where it was hanging out. But I don't think... I'm gonna go behind here quick. Just walk behind. That is shocking to me that I can't go over there. But yeah, I think this is going to be the chest, right? It's got to be the chest. There is some really cool stuff that you can do. So you can get Shadow Walk really early in the game in Breath of Fire 4, and doing so is very difficult. It's basically very similar to doing the to getting Gloom, but you get Shadow Walk instead, which is pretty cool. You can pick up Gloom, or you can pick up Shadow Walk early. There's a lot of like cool and interesting stuff in the game. The major concern for me is not like, oh, I'm not going to enjoy the game so much as I'm just not going to be, contributing that much to too many things. It is a fairly poorly understood game mechanically. Like, on a purely mechanical level, people have a very... very little understanding of it. But part of the reason they have such little comprehension of it is the fact that it's really, really easy to get degrees of out of control that are well beyond how out of control you're getting in 3. At least from what I can tell, that seems to be the case. That seems like the general vibe. So, like, basically, like, you're going to be able to one-shot all of the post-game bosses. So, like, why would you need to worry about it? Basically. But, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. I'll see if I can figure out some cool builds for different things. Like, one of the things that I'm going to struggle with is the fact that I need to figure out how to get 3 items to drop in the early game without getting any levels. And I think that might be a fool's errand, as they say. Let's see here. What else do we need to do? I feel like there were more key doors around. Whew. Can also yeah, we'll see how things go with 4. See how things go. I was also looking at Vagrant Story, but I don't know that Vagrant Story I necessarily have too much to add either. Like, necessarily. I'm kind of curious about how certain things work. Like, if I got... I'm curious about certain mechanics for, like, the growth rate of weapons and things like that. It's got such interesting systems to dig into. It's just that I do feel like other people have broadly solved for a lot of that stuff. Like, I don't know how much I would be bringing to the table there. Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, Vagrant Story would be a very fun game to play at some point. I was so bad at it as a kid. It's such a complicated, like, game mechanically. There's so much stuff in it in terms of, like, how everything builds, how everything works. There's just like, okay, how do I understand this? And so, like, I remember, like, when I was fighting... I didn't understand, really, as a kid. That's not entirely true. I had some idea. But, like, it was difficult for me to put all these numbers together, which there were a lot of, and try to figure out why it is that this weapon that seems very good is absolute dog shit for most things. And like, it's just an interesting dynamic. I need to figure out how, like, it handles weapon affinity and things like that. There's a lot of interesting stuff in that game, and we should explore it at some point. But yeah, first I need to figure out, like, what. I think the next project is Breath of Fire 3. And then once we've done Breath of Fire 3, there's the possibility of doing something like Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII has a similar system Star Ocean 2 on its face seems like it has a similar system, but it really realistically it just doesn't. There's some similarities in terms of like early game building and things like that, but broadly, it's not super comparable. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. The Star Ocean games in general are kind of interesting just because, like, they have very, very complicated math behind most of their things. Like, Star Ocean 3 has really complex and interesting, crafting systems that are fun to play with. And it would be kind of interesting to see if I could figure out some really cool stuff for the early game in particular for that game. But I don't know though. I don't have like a hook there of like what am I looking to do specifically, you know? That's the issue. That's the issue. I just don't know. I just don't know. I'll figure something out. There's also a lot of games to try. So there's plenty of space to explore through the like. The other thing that I should at some point like give the Dragon Quest series another try. Because I haven't really played much of the Dragon Quest series. I played a little bit of 2 of the games. I think I played a little bit of 7 and a little bit of 9. And never really got into them years ago. But there are no fairy rings here. No shit. I guess we're... Going back to the container yard. I think we have, like, what, 1 fight? If we have a Holy Mantle equipped? Probably 2 at this point. We run into a fight on, like, the first fucking step. We're not a great... 945. Okay. Cake's damage just keeps creeping up there. Oh, looks like it's this one. Alright. Let's see. We're going to... I guess we just go to relay point B first. Let's get everybody's masters locked in. I think we got 3 people leveled to the next threshold. Not too shabby. I still haven't grabbed the thing, huh? I'll worry about that on post-game stream. I'm not gonna worry about the fucking death claws. Those death claws. That is... We don't need to be worrying about the death claws right now. We can worry about the death claws once we finish the game. Let's see. We are going to... We'll stand right here. And we're going to go into camp. And we're going to save. We're going to save in a new file. Not a new file. We're going to save on slot 3. And then we will... continue on. We're gonna go talk to the fairy, and the fairy's on the first try going to just be like, "Oh hey, yeah, here I got 2 of your item. Perfect. Look at me. I'm so cool. I'm so cool." Fingers crossed. Okay, so they did finish okay, so so-and-so has finished copying. Alright, let's find out if they finished copying correctly. Alright, so we are going to reload for this. This is not the worst case scenario. The worst case scenario is they actually destroy your original item. I'd be curious to know what the probability of that is. Because I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the probability of that is. Why am I so tired? This is very silly. I got so much sleep yesterday. I got so much sleep today, technically. I got like 8 hours of sleep just today. It was like, you know, from midnight to 8 o'clock. Now, part of that was sleeping on the couch, at least. But only part of that. I don't like going back to bed when I'm like thinking about taking a nap in the middle of the night, because it's like, okay, well, I don't need to wake up my wife going in and out of the bed continuously. That's not a great, you know, that's not a great thing to do. From my perspective. But also we have like the comfiest fucking couch in existence. We have the comfiest fucking couch. Oh man. Oh, it's such a nice couch. Oh, it's so good. Everyone that we know, when they come over, they fucking fall asleep on our couch. It's very funny. Whoever ends up on like the big couch, they have to make a fucking wisdom save, or not a constitution save, maybe constitution save every like few minutes to avoid avoid falling asleep. So it's a very good couch. If it wasn't a comfortable couch, I'd just go back to bed. I'd just deal with it. For a long time I did, but it was one of those things where it's like it's not useful for taking naps. Like if I'm going to bed, like I'm going to bed and I'm going to be in bed for 8 hours, then I'm just going to bed, right? But if I'm thinking I'm going to take a 1 hour nap while someone's already asleep in the bed, this is not worth it. This is not worth it. It ain't worth it. Let's see, what other nonsense is going on? There's no other nonsense going on. I would love to regale with tales of all the interesting things that I did while I was not live yesterday, but the things that I was doing was sleeping, and then after I finished stream, I went and got a tooth yanked out of my head, and then I went to sleep, and then I woke up and ate some porridge. Porridge is the word I'm looking for. Is it porridge? I think it might be the word I'm looking for. It doesn't matter. It's a word for what I'm describing. Had some porridge, and then went to bed, and went to sleep again. And then I got up at like, I don't know, 3 or 4 in the morning after sleeping for a billion years, and I guess I did some work on the Breath of Fire 4 stuff. Like a little bit, not a lot. And then I went back to bed. Well, I went to the couch. Oh man, it's been a super interesting 24 hours. Let me tell you. It has been an interesting 24 hours. Yeah. I'm fairly certain that this is set when you come back in. I'm fairly certain. I'm pretty sure that you can just reload for these immediately before walking in the door. Though maybe I need to move the RNG along. Do I think that I need to move the RNG along? I wonder. It could hype. No, I don't think so. I'm fairly certain that for copy shop stuff, I've just done the reloads. I don't know. But what I do know is that once we get this item copied, we will be in pretty good shape. I'm not really a huge fan of some of the mechanics of the Fairy Village. I think the copy shop in particular is not a very well implemented mechanic. The fact that you have the ability to lose the item, and there's items that you can't get additional copies of that you would need to copy because you need more than one of them, is like the only way around that is to reload, right? So it's a very confusing thing where it's like you're kind of just encouraging the player to save scum. It's like you're training the player in how to save scum, which is like an unusual thing to do. I did it. Here you go. You got your item back. Silver Tiara ×2. And conveniently, the two people in the party can both equip it. And with the Silver Tiara and the Holy Robe both equipped, I believe that is immunity to all status effects. So, how about that for cool? So we have the Holy Robe Silver Tiara combo for both of them. We'll need to get Ares gloves for them as well at some point. But they now have not their best in slot gear, but they have like pretty close to it. Well, that's not true. Momo is not that close to best in slot. It doesn't make a huge difference. But she can wear the same armor as everybody else. I say everybody else, not Peiko. She can wear the mist armor. And the mist armor is just superior to it's like the Diana robe or whatever, that the two of them can wear, nobody else can wear. It's kind of weird because you'd expect that the item that more people could wear would be the less good item, but it's actually like the best armor in the game, period. Like, it's just the best armor in the game. It gives a huge amount of bonuses, including increasing healing received and giving you immunity to holy damage, which is just kind of cool. So what was I doing? Did I change up my party members? No, I didn't. Right? I did the fairies first. Okay, we're golden. So we're going to swap in all the peeps and see who they're going to. On the plus side, Ray is going to be done soon. It's not going to take that long. I mean, it's going to take longer than we're going to be streaming this game, but that's beside the point. Is it beside the point? Yes, we're going with that. Let's see. Ryu has the correct person because he hasn't leveled. Ray is leveling to 37. He needs to be under Fall. Gar is leveling to level 34. He needs to be under Fall. Peiko is leveling to level 34. And is going to Daze. Okay. So these two are going to Fall. It's gonna be very funny seeing how the final boss goes. Audio one. Alright. We go talk to Days for Peiko. I was planning on looking at level 30 at how Peiko compares to people like Ray. Certainly, I should compare to like Gar. I feel bad for Gar. That the lack of like meaningful upgrade for such a long time is really wild. These two are the same level right now. Let's take a look at the two of them. So right now, Peiko is better in basically every way. Do they have similar gear on? No, he has protectors instead of Myria's gloves. So, but you'll note that that's not a fair comparison. I should make them. We're gonna compare with the highest armor ship we're gonna get for them, basically, and that's it. You also have the speed that's there. So this makes things look substantially more even. So with just their best armor equipped, and the two of them share what they're going to be equipping for the other two slots, they are at this level. Peiko's substantially faster, has a tiny bit of extra int, has a huge amount of extra AP, and thus makes like a way better support character. And has a huge amount of extra HP, but not quite the same amount of defense. So, by level 40, I anticipate that Peiko is going to have gone further out of control, and will be probably very solidly number one in terms of defense. Maybe in the party, actually. By level 40, I think that Peiko might actually overtake Cake. No. Will not overtake Cake at level 44. By level 44, am I going to get 60 defense? Probably not, right? Get 3... you know what? It's actually not. It's not that crazy to think that I might, actually. I don't think I will, but I might. It depends on how many levels I spend under Days and how many I spend under Fall. We need to go to Days for Peiko, right? Peiko gets Days. Yeah, Peiko gets Days for this level, and this is a great Days level. We don't lose any defense at all. Let's see. But yeah, we're going to be doing a few levels of Fall. By level 40, we'll have done another, like, 5 levels under Fall, I think, or something like that. We're getting 1, 2, 3. So, no, I was misreading where I was. Oh, you're leveling up to 34. We'll have 4 levels under Fall at level 40. There sure is. Alright. Alright then, Peiko, I'll let you be my disciple. I'm a harsh mistress. Ho, 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 ho. I do wonder if I should bother getting my HP any higher. I wonder if I should just hit level 50 on the protagonist and just... But the problem is that I don't need the other stats either. I do feel like it makes more sense to just, like, keep on the trajectory that I'm on. I also do need the AP. Like, the protagonist can use so much AP per turn. Like, it's kind of crazy to not. Though the protagonist can also make the best usage of the spirit ring. Like, once you've got the spirit ring, you're having your costs. At that point, like, maintaining radiant, maintaining the infinity gene at that point, I think it's like 56. It's like 28 plus 10 to do aura every single turn. So like 30 some, like that's not that expensive. Oh wait, it's actually double that for aura because you'd be doing 2 auras per turn. Or you have the, it depends on how you want to calculate it. What do you want to count per action or per full round? Because you get 2 actions per round if you've got X turns. Which you should have X turns. What's the point of all those Myria levels if you're not getting X turns? Especially under the old form. Alright, so we're going to swap these 2 in. And we are going to do what? We are going to, I think, just start progressing toward... You know what? Do I actually want to keep these 2 in the party? And not worry about... I think I will just keep these 2 in the party. And actually just go explore the new section that just unlocked. We're probably not going to be getting a huge amount of the things today. Like, I don't imagine that I'm going to be getting, like, a lot of the drops in the next area, because they're pretty rare. Though, I think that the... Oh, shit. Okay. We need to go to Dragnir. Because Dragnir's close. Doesn't require any random encounters. I forgot to actually do my exploration stuff. I didn't talk to the explorers who came back. I was so fixated on the copy shop that I didn't go talk to the... The explorers. And I also didn't set up the new people to do their things. So... Nothing new on the message board, huh? Let's see. Found a lacquer helm. Here, you can have it. Ooh, a dirty rag. That's exciting. And this is the copy shop. So, are we done? Is that everybody who... I think that's everybody. Okay. Help us, help us. Tell us what we should do. Sure do. Okay, we have a couple people with completely garbage exploration skills going out. We can go ahead and... I'm going to leave the copy shop person where they are, actually. Because, now that I think about it, they have the maximum in the skill for the copy shop. I'm just going to leave them in the copy shop so that when I do need to copy ivory charms later, we don't need to worry about it. Alright, Ivory Charms are very strong. I have to consider, like, how important. Like, I wonder if the silver tiaras actually will just eventually get replaced with the cap thing, the tiger's cap, because it just gives that additional bit of attack power, and I don't need the status immunity if I have the status immunity coming from the chest armor and the ivory charm. No. Has anyone said Dragon Clan in this entire game? I wonder if Days mentions the Dragon Clan at some point. I feel like somebody said Dragon Clan once. But I'm not positive. You would expect the Elder to have called it that, but he doesn't call it that at any point. I was very put off by it. It really does like bring to bear just how strong the propaganda arm of Myria Inc. is. I think it's fair to say Myria Inc. It's just a shit ton of boxes, okay? So many boxes. Alright, let's pop into the next... You know, let's just go in. I think I'm gonna bring this party to deal with the next section. I think that makes sense. I wonder if the protagonist is actually stronger than the Dragon Lord right now. I think yeah, right? Oh, this is... I was looking for Blitz and I was not finding it. I was very confused. I should swap these two. But I need Charm on the protagonist when I'm... It's the issue, right? Like, if I give Nina Charm, she can't be removed from the party. Though, maybe I should just leave her in the party from now on. It would be kind of cool to be able to actually get her up to 48. Now, I believe... Ooh, baby. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. Momo, you can handle healing everyone, right? You're not. How fast are you? How fast are you right now? You have 50 agility? Let's make that 70, shall we? Let's make that 70, and then we'll cast Fireflies. There we go. Okay, we're golden. So this is the area where you can kind of, to a large degree, invalidate, like, the stat builds that you have to a fairly significant degree. We're now getting access to enemies that you can steal stat boosters off of. So, I say that. It's really just the Night Bats giving you a bunch of strength. So, these Night Bats come in large groups, and you can steal strength boosters from them. And I don't think they're that rare. So, it's a very, very strong means of grabbing, like, power boosts. Now, that being said, like, how strong is it? Well, if you fought, like, 10 of this battle, like, 10 copies of this battle, you're looking at plus 30 to an individual character's... I've already killed some of these, I don't need to. Or I've already stolen from some of these, I don't need to. Did I already charm this last one? I think I was supposed to steal from the second one, not the third one. Oh right, Momo can Shadow Walk. So we can Shadow Walk the first one to ignore the evasion. And if we had Ray in the party for this, we could do some cool stuff. I should not have done that. I should have examined, because I could reprisal these and get a kill. I don't want. Okay, I already did steal yours. We're fine. So we need to. I guess I could just do a normal attack. I don't think I'm going to be trying to steal from all of these Night Bats. I just don't think there's a lot of reason to. It's not really necessary. But... Oh no! But it gives you an idea of, like, how you can fairly rapidly get a decent bit of stats. But that being said, it is important to remember that stealing takes a long time, right? Like, stealing an individual stat booster from one of these, you're looking at investing a pretty large amount of time. I don't think that it's probably worthwhile to steal your way to... Crime doesn't pay, kids, is what I'm saying. And I think that you're probably better off just fighting your way through the enemies. And if you get some nice drops, you get some nice drops. But, like, +3 strength to one character just isn't that amazing. Now, that being said, obviously later on, if you are looking to stat max, then you're going to have to. But I don't know. From my perspective, I feel like it's a very time-consuming means of trying to accomplish an objective that you don't necessarily need to engage that much time with. We are going to cast Might on Cake. We're going to try to steal from it, because why not, and we're going to Charm. So we need to cast the Might. Actually, I should have cast Might on Momo, now that I think about it. Momo has Shadow Walk. I don't know... I don't think Super Combo is going to be super effective on this. So this creature here... Ooh, right, we have to steal Thunder Shock from it. Oh, fuck. I forgot that could paralyze. Nina's gonna cast Cure on herself. Luckily, I believe Momo and Nina are both fully immune to the para. Unless Paralyze as a status effect just ignores status resistance, which I doubt. I don't think that's true. I think that it's based off of the attack itself. So can't use Kyrie on you. Let's just cast Rejuvenate on Cake. Cast a War Shout and Cake. Try to Blitz with both of those in play. Let me take a look. Never mind. We're not. You know what? It's fine. We will. What am I doing? Why don't you just cast Mjolnir? And then you. Here, cast Chill. I don't actually know how strong Chill is as an attack. My guess is not. My guess is not strong. See how much damage. I guess I can't see how much this does. So 160. How much HP do you have, friend? Oh, right, I was supposed to be examining. Thunderstrike comes out, does a shit ton of damage. Kind of crazy how much damage this thing is hitting for. Just this is going to be the turn that it doesn't use Thunderstrike. I was right. I actually need to cast Shield with people. I'm going to cast Rejuve this turn. Since this is going to be a protracted engagement, we shield and we shield. So with 2 shields cast, I believe we negate everything but the level component. It wasn't hitting that hard, it was just hitting moderately hard. So give me a second, I need to go grab some water. So hopefully I'm not dead when we get back. Ragnarok on me and it skips my entire party. Oh, Ragnarok wouldn't because Ragnarok goes through a defense check, but something. Alright, so it doesn't look like anybody took any damage. We got Thunderstrike. Okay, well, that's convenient. You know what isn't convenient? That Cake was paralyzed. But, you know, it's fine. Before getting paralyzed, you got the job done. That's the important bit. Cast Remedy. You know, it says War Shout. I don't think that's what it is in Japanese. I don't think she said that. I think she said something song, which makes a lot more sense. I think she said song in English. I could be wrong, but it's fairly common for. Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't need to do this shit. Yeah, I don't need to. Look, I'm just gonna find out how much HP it has by casting Mjolnir at it over and over again. Okay, so it has over 300 HP. Nina is not paralyzed. It's a 450 HP. I think it's less than 500. Did not drop the item. Shocking. Truly shocking. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is we're going to attack. We're going to cast Steel. We're going to cast Blitz. I don't know what the drop rate is for these, and I don't know what the steal rate is. I don't know either of those things. But what I do know is that they don't give very much experience. They give kind of garbage EXP, and I'm sad about that. They're actually going to massively disrupt the like expected EXP game. Where did I go? Okay, we're here. Do I do this section right now? I'm gonna check the other direction first. Look, if Momo kills it, it's fate. And who am I to argue with fate? Okay, it does. You know what I need? I need to get target. I need to get target for this section, probably. I guess I could just cast an AoE spell. Yeah, we're fine. So we don't need to do any more exploration here. And I should probably check. I guess I'm just gonna steal from everything here. Oh, Jesus! Okay. It's a lot of chickens. Alright, so we're probably going to outspeed sufficiently for this. I think we examine with you, we steal with you, we cast Charm, not on the target that we're stealing from, because she's faster. What I should do is actually just move my speed here. So we got the first life shard. And yes, this is the boss from the beginning of the game. This area has kind of interesting implications to it. There's a lot of enemies here that are like, what the hell is this thing doing here? And, you know, let's swap you around a bit. We don't need both of these speed boots on you. Not for what we're doing right now. And we don't need them on you. We could give you Ares gloves. Let's see. What were you doing? You were stealing from... Did you already steal from this one? No. And then Cake needs to swap this off. I had a Holy Mantle equipped. I didn't need that equipped. So we now have 68 speed on you. We don't really need a Dragon Shield equipped, so now we have 71 speed. Hopefully that will allow us to consistently outspeed the Steel. I should have done this earlier because it makes my life a lot less complicated, but don't worry about it. Momo's accuracy leaves something to be desired, I'm not gonna lie. Wait, right, Nina's a turn behind. yeah, we'll be able to get 5 thingers here. These are considered kind of like a boss here. This is not like a random encounter. These are the enemies that are in this room. And I think we've stolen most of the things we're looking for, right? Okay, well. Okay. I don't know if I've charmed you yet. But here we go. That was pretty funny. Just reprisal 3 enemies in one turn. These are basically identical to the boss that we fought before, so they are very, very weak. And we got the life shard from the one that we didn't steal from. Let's frickin' go. Yeah, there aren't. I don't think there are random encounters here. I think it's just like the enemies. We have some Ultraman-looking MFers. That's what we're dealing with here. We charm, we steal, and we I don't know. Let's cast Foretell. What do we seal up with here? It's another life shard. Like, we can get a lot of life shards for Nina out of this. Terrible luck. Lucky color is gray. Right, these are going to spam barrier on this turn. If I tried to flee, I could lock them into barrier for basically the entire fight. I say basically the entire fight because it's only until they get to half-life, but they might not get to half-life, they might just die. They may, in fact, simply die. We didn't get next turn, right? I don't remember what the stat differences are between this and the Stallion. But it does go to show you that the some of the enemies that we've been fighting are directly empowered by Myria. So these creatures here, these are like basically things that she's made. I don't think that this is like whatchamacallit. I don't think this is like Eden. I don't think that these are things that are kept here for whatever, right? These are not held in a cage because it's there. These are held in shipping containers to be sent over. Right? Like, these are shipping containers where I am right now. That's my interpretation here, at any rate. It seems fairly clear to me that basically the entire Mafia is basically Myria's behind the whole thing. Myria's behind the entire Mafia. Which I think is kind of interesting. Oh, yeah, you're... Oh, shit, wait. Uh-oh. I got myself very low there with Cake. Cake might actually die here. I don't have any elemental immunities right now. I was expecting them to go down in one hit, so I have made some errors in judgment here. Some slight errors in judgment. It's fine, we can pick up Cake. We should probably swap our gear around, get ourselves some damage immunities and things. Since we have literally nothing equipped on you. Let's do a Ring of Ice and Fire on you. And you can cast Cure on yourself. Momo can also equip you'll bring a Thunder Ring and a Fire Ring. Do I have another fire ring? I do not. I can give you a wisdom ring that'll at least reduce some of... Wait, do I have... You can wear asbestos armor at least, if you want. Is that the best option for me right now? It might well be, but I'm not going to do it right now. I don't wait, I do. I can cast Benediction with you. So we're going to cast Benediction with you. And then you are going to cast Vitalize. Oh no. Oh no! You know, Momo's not super high on AP right now. It's been quite a while since I got any. Let's blast a single target. This is very funny. This is like incredibly embarrassing to have put myself in this position. Let's see. As for Momo, I'm gonna cast Speed on Nina. I think with a Speed cast, it should have occurred to me that they've got to have different stats from the original if I'm not getting X turns on them. Wait, this is a problem. I am not casting a heal spell on Cake right now. They have 2 AoEs, and I'm not immune to either of them. I think the Cake goes down here. The God damn it. Okay, need to cast Benediction on the X turn. Please hit. If I fail to hit this, is gonna be very sad. Okay, there we go. Get your ass up, my friend. I need you to be awake. Okay, so I can just cast Cure if I want. I don't think I want to right now. I think we poke with you, and then Cake is going to cast Rejuve, and Momo is going to wait. Cake should probably change up here. Maybe we should. Maybe the flame shield that I had equipped and then removed might be a good thing to equip. Just a thought. Just a thought. Let's see. We can equip the Blizzard Mail too if we want. We equip the Blizzard Mail. Let's go. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We cast Rejuvenate on Cake. We cast Speed on Cake, and then from here we should have a fairly easy fight. I cannot believe I just underestimated them so much. I'm like, they'll just die to the Blitz, right? And they just did not die to the Blitz. They did not die to the Blitz. Oh, I thought the Dragon Shield would give me fire absorption. Did I fail to equip the Fire Shield or something? What is that? I equipped the Flame Shield, not the Dragon Shield. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, you can just snooze, I guess. And then you can... I don't know what you need to do. Man, I have not optimized my party setup at all. Nina's sitting on 2 versions of Mjolnir at the same time. That's just not right. Let's see. Do we switch to? I don't think a Demon's Bane is going to work on these. I don't think it'll do double damage. This is a flame weapon, so it cannot. The Holy Avenger is probably best case scenario here. Do we blitz? Yeah. Sure, why not? We blitz, and we... I guess... Mjolnir. Then you have to heal because the blow we throw. Do I blitz? No, I don't blitz. I attack. Or I dragon form. I could kill these very quickly in any force form. Do I think I'll survive this turn? I think I'll survive this turn. Look, I have 170 AP on Nina. We're fine. I don't need to worry about it. We're just Shadow Walk. It's fine. It's the worst that can happen. You actually have a lot of HP. I think it might be... Oh, Jesus. This is like an actual boss. Wait a second. Some of these things are actual bosses? Wait. Wait. What is this nonsense? Is some of the stuff here supposed to be like an actual boss? Because I'm a little concerned. Wait. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it. We will. I could use chill. No, I'm not gonna use chill. We're gonna use Flame Strike on this one because it's probably weak against it. I guess I could just cast Sirocco. Okay, we did 300 damage. I need to just start spamming War Shout and call it a day. These have a lot of HP. Huh. Okay, we're doing War Shout. You are going to cast a quick Rejuve on Cake, who is getting concerningly low. You know, I don't remember these actually being hard. This is a much more this is a much more prolonged encounter than I would have expected. And they do have utmost attack still, which kind of doesn't do shit, but that's okay. So that's presumably low enough that it's using utmost attack. So I don't have to worry about it too much, but we can get that one down. That crit is lethal. So they have, what, probably like a couple thousand HP each? It's not terrible. But I guess if you actually use any of your tools, then that goes down so fast that it doesn't really matter. I'll try just shadow walking this one. I'm a little bit concerned about the fact that I'm getting so low on AP on Momo, but it's really not that big a deal. I feel like Kate could probably solo this fight with Snooze at this point. Now that we have the extern, that's an 810 damage to Shadow Walk. Holy shit. Why are we killing the fire one? I should be killing the light. Well, I've now burst the fire one down to the point that it's probably not going to use fire anymore. Well, because I'm very smart. Okay, we War Shout. I should probably cast a speed boost on Momo. Okay, so now all I've got left is the one that actually hurts me, instead of leaving myself with just the one that doesn't hurt me. Because I'm very, very smart. Alright, I guess we super combo, just to get this done. We poke with Nina, and we shadow up with Momo. So let's see how much damage this shadow this little thing does. X. X. Okay. We did a 1900 damage there. Okay, bye. 5,000 EXP. Momo levels up. Does Momo have the ability to get to 40? To get to 40? I was saying 44 for no reason. Oh, we have 3 levels that we can get if we backtrack. So let's just pop out of here. We can get her decked into a fall, and then we can level her up for basically the rest of this stuff. The rest of the stuff we can just do casually. I should probably arrange my skills because I just don't have them arranged in a way that is terribly reasonable. I should probably... Okay, we have a Revenant, so we have 2 creatures here that are both critically important. Let's see here. The Revenant has a 1 in a billion chance of dropping the thing that I want. And the Mistman has... And that is a drop, it's not a steal. Wait, what are you doing? You okay. That actually makes a lot of sense. Okay. Do I Kyrie here? I'm gonna try Kyrie. I'm gonna see if this works. Which one do you have? Giddy up. Okay, that does 0 to both of them. Okay, wait a second here. Okay, you're doing Thunder, right? So you can hit either of them with Thunder. That is alarming. What just happened there? We don't get an X turn. We don't have a ton of AP left. What are you doing on your turn? I guess you're gonna keep trying to burn this one down. You should probably... You have a Ghostbuster, right? Let me take a look. We're gonna find out what these things' stats are, because I have put myself in a dangerous position. You know, the guy did say, oh, be careful, the enemies in the next area are really strong. They're really strong. You are weak to Holy. And you have 290 HP. So if I give a Ghostbuster to you, I think you can probably Shadow Walk this and kill it in one hit. I just realized how low this is. I might have to solo this man, but it's probably fine. Okay, 577 damage is a lot more than 200. Okay. Momo's healed. We're good. Nina. Mjolnir. Momo. We raise dead out of combat. We raise dead once we get back. When did I... We got 1 charm off. We didn't get both charms off. We got the Belladonna, which is not what we're looking for. Okay. Now, my AP situation is one that I need to deal with. I need to start equipping rings to deal with my AP situation. I have shaman rings that I could put on literally everybody. Okay, so next on our agenda is doing what? It would be nice to have charm on somebody who isn't Cake, honestly. It would be nice for Cake to be the slowest. Right, I don't have the life armor on you, which I need. That probably would have saved me there, actually, because I would have had full HP. Okay. I might not be in quite a strong enough position that I'm willing to use Charm on every enemy. We, in fact, might need to play things a bit safer. We have a vampire here. I'm trying to remember how they work. What things they have available to me. I will charm you. You shouldn't be stealing from it, though. You should be stealing from it. Charm. Then you can. This is shout. We're getting pretty close to the entrance. Once we get to the entrance, we can literally just spam blitz every turn. I think this thing has... I think this thing actually does have an enemy skill that I need to pick up as well. That's not it. But I think you do have the enemy skill for me to pick up. I'm not going to pick it up right now. Oh, you regen. I see. This thing has a shit ton of HP. It has 1,000 HP. That is so much EXP. Whoa! Okay, we actually have to be real careful now. Okay, so Cake is in the proper location. Jeez. So you still have like 10k to go. Okay, you're the one who is about to level, but you're fine to level. I forgot how crazy it is out there. But yeah, once we get Momo to the next level, she can get 3 levels in a row. And do I care? We're now at the point where we have access to the armor that's better. I'm not going to waste time fighting these armors. So I'm not going to waste time charming them for items that I don't need. So Cake's about to level up, Nina's about to level up, and Momo has a ways to go. I can't believe I got that much EXP off of that. That enemy was worth like 14,000 experience on its own, I think. Because the bats are worth like 100. I think a pack of 2 bats was 200 XP. Is 3 bats that was like they might not even be that. They're just worth like nothing. So 1 bat and 1 vampire is a pretty intense amount of EXP. I think it's time that I need to go to my skills and set up my skills appropriately for what I'm doing here. We have like an unlimited amount of skilling, and I think we're going to stick with this party maybe for the rest of the day. So Nina's, I think, fairly well established. Like, she has a fairly decent setup. The issue that I run into is I need to look at how to fight the Thingerlobbers. The enemies that are not quite bosses, but which are kinda not dissimilar from bosses. Because I just need to do it. I'm gonna rest here. Then we will pop into the next position, have a good time with that. Let's see. I don't know how long you're under fall for. Doesn't really matter. So we're gonna go pick a fight with whatever's here. Tank bot. I think that I would like more agility in this build. I think that my agility is not quite as high as I would like it to be. It doesn't take much. It only takes the one turn. Well, technically it doesn't. It takes a turn to cast speed, which I should just be casually doing every time I'm not getting X turns, even on random encounters. So I should be doing that. And it's not that huge a deal that I have to, but I would prefer to be getting more X turns. I'm curious how fast things like the Revenant are. I'd like to get Charm on Nina, actually. Getting Charm on Nina would allow me to have her spend turns that aren't going to be that interesting or valuable doing Charm, which I think will help us a lot. Because Nina's the fastest character in the party by default right now. So I think we're going to do that. We're going to move Charm to Nina. We will keep Shadow Walk on Momo. I might put Triple Blow on the protagonist instead of the Thayer. And we'll start looking into like what we want for a like final series of equipment for people. Not yet. I guess I should have checked whether the protagonist switches next level. Cake, do you switch immediately after I leave here? 45. 45, we need fall, and then we need Ladon, so yeah, that's fine. We have a Ladon level coming out for the protagonist. We're going to start accumulating Ladon levels soon. I actually think that other characters have caught up enough to Nina that I don't think Nina's doing Ladon. Oh, 1 second, somebody's calling me. I feel so bad for this doctor. They called to check up on me. That's very funny. It's like, hey, we should maybe call to make sure that guy got home. I don't. The thing that's funny about it is the fact that I'm relatively sure that it's not like a major health concern. It's just like some psychosomatic, nonsense. And so it's like, it's not great to have that happen, but also I don't think it's particularly dangerous. Fainting can be a sign of some very serious problems, but it doesn't have to be a sign of a serious problem. It could be a sign of, what is it, like, getting the vapors. So, I don't know, I think it's very funny that they called me to check up on me just now. I appreciate it, Look, it's all good. Like, what the fuck happened? I took a tooth out of him, his body was going crazy. I don't know what's going on over here. So it's all fine. They also have like they set up an appointment for me to come back in a week at no charge, and it's like that spooked them. I wasn't trying to, but I spooked them. So hopefully everything goes smoothly with my recovery, but that's very funny. I was like, who's calling me? Hey, call from the dentist. Are you alive still? How you doing? Do we need to go to Dragnir? No, we do not. We just need to go to Dragnir. So, I do have a little bit of a headache, but we are, oh god, we're 300 EXP from level. Why did I leave? I needed to fight one more fight. Now I have to fight like 3 more fights, and I might run into a berserker, which will make my life harder. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, if I run into a berserker, I do get the advantage that I get an Ares glove out of it. But if I run into an archmage, then I'm just going to get a shit ton of experience out of it. Well, actually, I guess probably everybody. Alright, let's go back into this room. Let's get the next encounter to happen, and then we can go to Dragnir. Because I think we're doing Ladon next level. It's crazy, but we're doing Ladon. We're just so high level. I can't believe that we almost died there. Like, we could have very easily wiped. We could have very easily wiped. Those lucky strikes are serious business. I don't think we could have died. I don't think we could have... Well, we could have if we continued to play badly enough. But it would not be a serious consideration that we're going to wipe against the boss that we were fighting. But, like... I don't know, man. Get a couple of lucky strikes from those fucking ghosts, and that could have been game over, man. So I think we're going to Dragnir and put in the Protect Center off. Wait, did we just hit level 45? Yes, 46 is the top, not 45. Unfortunately, we don't have a multi-level sprint under anybody for a while. We have Ladon, then Fall, then Days, then I guess after that for 48 we have 2 levels under Fall. Yes, indeed. The other cool thing, this will give me some resistance to those attacks that I'm not resisting right now. This gives +1 status and death resistance, I think. Also gives +3 fire, which is less relevant for the protagonist. who tends to have fire shields and stuff on. Okay. We're gonna go to the container yard, and I am actually going to seriously arrange my skills so that I have good options for this. I need to figure out what I'm going to put on the protagonist for dealing with the mist armors. Let's take a look at... They have like 450 HP, and I think they have like hundreds of defense. I think they have a lot of defense. So, like, using like... Am I best off? Just... Do I put Shadow Walk on the protagonist just for this part? I really like having Shadow Walk available on Momo. Oh shit, this is fine. Let's see, I guess turn 1, we don't have a very good setup for this right now. We will... Can I beat your offensive potential right now? I am not sure. We might be able to, we might not be able to. We'll see. Don't need the Dream Ring for this. I have made some mistakes in my life. Technically speaking, Nina should be able to just get the job done. If necessary. I'm trying to remember what I had decided was going to be the thing I was going to try. It was like Fire, Defender, and then is it Gross? I think Gross, maybe? I think Gross gives you a straight 30% boost to all of the relevant stats. If you're using like a normal Dragon form. I think we do this, and I think this gives me enough HP to survive, enough durability to survive for the first turn. We cast Speed on Cake. Is Cake gonna have enough speed? I think I put on... No, we have 72. I think Cake can get... I think it'll be fine. We do Fire, we do Defender, we do Gross. The other thing we could try, actually, is we could try a Behemoth build. That might be kind of fun to try, but I think we go with this for now, and then we cast maybe not speed, because we're not going to be able to get the job done this turn. I think we cast Protect on Cake. The bulk of the time, Cake is going to get attacked. Cake has 617 HP. We did not steal the Ares gloves. That is 200 damage, and then we cast Protect. Okay, now the issue, and this is not an insignificant issue, is that Cake in Dragon form is not able to pick up the other characters. So I think we resist with you, and Momo casts Speed not on Cake first, but actually on Nina, so that I can get Nina permanently up. Let's see, Nina is... I need to get 2 castings of Speed onto Nina before she goes down. You got a crit for 1200. Holy shit. You're actually not outspeeding the Berserker consistently, which is a problem. We need to cast Cure this upcoming turn onto Cake. Do we? Or do we just go back into form? We can and we will cast Shield, I think. So we're not going to... Do we cast Shield? Yes, we cast Shield. I'm not going to worry about it. You're going to attack. Momo is going to cast Speed on Nina. The hope is, as long as Nina doesn't get hit this turn, we should be fine. It's a fairly low probability. I didn't give everybody the things! Oh god, I don't think I have a flame thing on Momo. Holy shit, that's amazing damage. Okay. One more shield cast should put Cake into a good position to resist attacks for the rest of the fight. We have to decide on what we're casting. We're casting Cure this turn. That is a 300-some heal. Let's go. Okay, so now we cast Resist, and Cake is going to attack. So I'm basically just like playing with like different strategies for how to approach this. Do you have at least 60 speed? You do not have 60 speed right now. And you have the thunder thing on. You need to equip the flame ring. Please tell me I have a flame ring. I don't have a flame ring. You are probably dead. If this uses a fire attack, I think you're just dead. You know what I can do? We don't need the flame ring on you anymore. So we cast Resist. We poke. You equip the fire ring. And you have Ares gloves on. Huh. Okay, so Momo is actually fine now. We can cast Speed on somebody if we want. I don't think we... Let's cast Speed on Cake. I'm curious if we can get X turns in a defense dragon form. We have enough speed that I think we should be fine. Zero, zero, and a heal. Okay, we get an X turn with you. We are going to use this X turn to cast Shield. Cake gets an X turn with one casting. And Cake just pokes. Okay, now, you might think, oh great, you're done casting Defend. I'm not actually done casting Shields. Because when the boss gets low, it is going to go crazy and use Berserk. When it uses Berserk, I believe, but I'm not sure, that it's going to raise its attack power to 999. I think there's a possibility that it increases its attack power to 2,100. Momo actually could have survived that if she was guarding. That's kind of cool. Good to know. So we do need to cast another shield. We are not going to worry about Momo yet. And I just switched my stuff over, so it should be fine for that. We are killing the boss faster than we are dying. So we have that going for us right now. We can cast Resist, we can poke. we're losing AP at a slower rate than it's dying, I think we know. And we're going to be hitting hard 17? Okay, we need to cast one more shield. This is the last shield we're casting. After this, we will be exclusively focused on war shouts. Okay, so we can now cast resist, and we poke. It is close, right? Like, right now, it's a close thing. We're running out of AP at a similar rate to the rate at which it's running out of HP. But we're going to be doing more damage as time goes on, and it's not going... And my AP loss has nothing to do with basically anything. So my guess is that we should be in a position where we can actually heal our way through the boss's attacks with just using resist and thinger. Fighting the Berserker with an actual tank build where you're trying to survive its attacks is not a normal way to fight the Berserker by any stretch of the imagination. This is just not how people typically handle the Berserker. But Cake is now strong enough to tank those initial hits, and do I want to pick up Momo? I probably should. For the next turn, we wash out. But if Cake gets dropped out of Dragon form, things get very dangerous very quickly. That being said, Nina has an unlimited amount of AP to play with, and she could solo the boss. We've established that she can solo the boss if she has enough AP to play with, and the boss is going to be very low on HP. That being said, she will not be at the front of the attack formation, so she might struggle to do any damage to the boss. Even though she's stronger now than she was the last time, but not by that much. So that is why we've been resisting every single main turn. We do need to steal from the boss still, so I think this is the last war shout. This might be the last war shout in general, but in particular, I am trying to steal from this boss, and I want to see. I imagine I'm probably going to be taking... Well, I kind of know that I'm going to be taking a maximum of around 200 damage when the Berserk comes out. Unless it's not limited by the stat cap that I'm limited by. If it's not limited by the same stat cap as me, then I'm in trouble. I believe it's going to Berserk next turn. I believe it should Berserk next turn. That being said, I'm not going to take that for granted. We will try to steal on this X turn. We grabbed the Ares gloves. Let's frickin' go. Alright, so we can cast resist, we can cast an attack, and I think I will have Nina heal just to get Cake up to full HP in preparation for this part. Okay, so you are not needing to cast this. You're going to cast Cure. I'm not going to pick up Momo for this fight. I'm not going to worry about picking up Momo. Okay, so we will see in the next turn whether our protagonist goes down like a chump or survives. We might actually kill it before it gets a berserk hit on us, but probably not. Yeah, we didn't crit. 321 damage. You know what we call 321 damage? Completely manageable. So, so Nina and Cake can quite comfortably take out a berserker without needing to rely on resist for every attack. Which is pretty cool. We did get another Ares gloves. That's excellent. And we did not level up Cake, so we don't need to move on yet. So we can just leave the area, and we can save the game. Which is pretty cool. So who's getting this? I guess I'll just give these Ares gloves to you, because we have established how terrifyingly strong the bosses, not the bosses, the Lucky Strikes are. So let's just do this. We need to get you... We need to get one Diana robe thing and one Singer and Bobber. So let's go into camp. And in camp, we can look at our skills and give ourselves a good opening strategy for all the things that we want to do. So I should probably check some of the stats on the enemies that we're going to be dealing with. You know, it's actually really tempting to just fight some berserkers, but I don't think I want to. I think I want to maybe progress toward the final battle. So maybe I don't need to worry too much about optimizing for fighting the enemies that are in between us and our enemy. Do we want to fight the final boss? Kinda ASAP. Okay, so you do have an enemy skill that I can learn. So as for you, we've already learned Thunder Strike off of you. Let's take a look actually at... I have like an enemy skill thing that I made here, right? Masters. Character comparisons. No, was it a different spreadsheet? Yes, it's a different spreadsheet, so... We're looking for exactly one more skill, and then we'll have every skill in the game except one. So I think we should probably try to make that happen. I think that makes sense. Right, we were going to change our skills. So let's look at our skill notes. Can change them. We have so many available. I don't think we need all the elemental strikes. I don't think we need chill. Let's see here. So what do we have on you? We have Triple Blow on you. We have Shadow Walk. I would love to have Aura, but I haven't given myself Aura yet. That's the problem. It would be nice to have Demon Bane, actually, but I unfortunately haven't gotten that yet. We need to get a lot more levels on Nina to get Demon Bane. Because I gave her days as early as I did. Let's see, what else do we have? You have Shadow Walk, which really is required for you. I have Super Combo. You have 250 defense. Super combo is terrible against an enemy with 250 defense, is the thing. The thing about it is that that's unacceptable thing. Do you have any weaknesses? You do not. You're just immune to Earth because everything's immune to Earth. So you're also very strong against spells, which is very funny. Wait, shit. That's an extra one. It's fine, don't worry about it. Let's see. We have Monopoly. Right, I was planning on putting Charm onto Nina. Let's get that done. We need Resist on you. I think that's true. Do we need Monopolize anymore? I don't think we need Rest. Let's take Charm. We definitely don't need Mjolnir. Mjolnir can be moved to Momo as a potentially useful spell tool. Now the two of you can both use Mjolnir to hopefully burn through the Mist Armors faster. So I do Mjolnirs to burn through the Mist Armors, maybe. You have Blitz available. I would love to have a useful single target. You know what? I'm going to bring Triple Blow over for use on what we're dealing with right now. We'll just do Triple Blow, it's fine. You still have Snooze, that's probably the correct character to have it. We have Thunderstrike. You can cast Shield. And Warshout. You can cast Power and Speed. You are able to use Triple Blow, which is going to be very useful for certain enemies. Mighty Chop bypasses defense, I believe, but I don't think it's ever going to do enough damage to be worthwhile. I think it just has too low a modifier, but I could be wrong on that. Anything else we need to do? I don't think so. It would be useful against something like Metal Slimes in Dragon Quest, which don't exist in this game. There's nothing that has just like 999 defense and like low HP in this. It's just not a thing. Alright, we are going to pop into Kerjan. We are going to then pop up to Station Myria. And I think I'm going to just make progress. It's now 11:23, so we have about an hour and a half left. I think I'm going to try to progress toward the end game and finish the final boss. I would probably like to get the final enemy skill first. I think that makes sense, to try to pick that up along the way. I should not have attacked. That's silly, okay, that's the death button. I might just not quite kill something, and then Nina's going to be hitting it for 1 damage and breaking its armor. So Momo is going to get up to like level 42, I think, under her current master, so we don't really need to change up anything with that. We have Monopolize on Nina, so if we need to, we can always eat some of the XP with her solo. 1264 is a lot of damage. I didn't change up everybody's gear. Because, like, I have Fire Ring available that I don't currently have equipped. There's a bed! What do you want do? We want to take a quick little nap, get my max HP boosted back up to its normal maximum. I'm very happy that we fought the Berserker with the defense strat. I was looking forward to trying something like that. And I'm glad that we were able to make that work. What I'd like to do is be able to do something basically like that with Peiko at some point, but I'm not sure if I can with my current Peiko build, honestly. Peiko might be a little too squishy without leveling continuously under fall. It might, at the very least, require a fairly arbitrarily high level to do it. I don't know. I'd have to look at what we have available in terms of damage mitigation. We would basically be looking to get Peiko up to preferably around at least 350 defense. If we could get Peiko to 350 defense, have a single character that has access to the resist spell, and have Cake in a support dragon form, we could go into Eldritch form to support, then we could potentially have all three characters just surviving, and that'd be cool. I'd like the Berserker is easier to find a solution that keeps one character alive than to find a solution that is you fighting your entire party successfully. Oh my god. No, I don't feel like engaging with you. I'm gonna go ahead and just hit Blitz. And you're going to cast Charm on the Mist Man, which probably won't be dead at that point. And then we're gonna cast Mjolnir on the Mist Man. Yeah, I just feel like maybe engaging. Yeah, this is one of those do not engage moments. Mjolnir is lethal. Okay. That's not bad. Okay. I'm pretty happy about that. That actually went real smooth. Turns out if you don't charm on the character that does fuck tons of damage, you can get good stuff done. Alright, so do I just Blitz again? I think no. I think we equip the Royal Sword and do just a normal attack, and then Nina is going to charm. Wait, what is your speed now? 67. I could give you a speed ring. Speed boots, rather. If I give you speed boots, if I give you Ares gloves instead, then can I just triple blow and kill? Let's find out. It's not quite lethal. It's not quite lethal, but we can get a charm off, and there's probably variance on whether we kill or not, but we could actually... This would actually be a really fast grind to be able to get certain stuff for the perfect antagonist. That would be nice. Let's go this way first. Ooh, look at you. Hello. So I believe these are direct copies of the original. Okay, we're going to charm, we're going to examine and examine. Because I think these are actually look, I said that before, that it didn't end up being completely accurate, but look, in this case I think that I'm right. Did 4 damage, I think we're fine. So everyone's immune to this except Cake, but unfortunately Kate is the one in the front row. We steal. Because yeah, these do drop. These do have a steal of power food, so I think it makes sense to just go for them. I guess you can just. No, you can go for the attack because you can't reprisal anyway. I'm basically going to just try to explore all of these sample rooms. Wow, did the original new have over 260 HP? I think it probably does. It's a lot of HP. This is an X turn, so I can just take the hit. I don't need to worry about reprisaling here. We grab the second power food, we have another thing that we can kill now. I don't know what our accuracy is on this. It's probably going to be fairly high. These are going to be real slow, because, again, I do think that they're using the base stats of these creatures. I can find out. Shows up so many times. There's a bunch of enemies that apparently have been programmed in with New Stomp. So, because there's a bunch of enemies that have New Stomp when I'm searching through this document. So you have 210 HP for the original. The steal rate of 3, whatever the hell that means. You've already stolen from everything, so... I guess you can Mjolnir? Alright, so we're looking for sample 1. Sample 1, strangely, has slightly different stats than the new. They're not massively different, but they do have slightly different stats. The new had 210 HP, and these have 290 HP, which is just kind of interesting. Huh. Which room is this? This is the room where I fought the people. I assume that the green ones are ones that I've already been into. Go upstairs. Can't give me the ability to walk around out here and give me nothing. Okay. We found a Swallow Eye. So presumably this is going to be a boss fight, I assume. Oh, it's locked with an electronic one. Okay. I guess you can only go through these doors in one direction. Looks like you can only go in from one direction. Oh, you! Hello. So this is a enemy that's only here. So this is just a straight up boss. I don't remember it being. No, what did I do? This is... You know what I can do? Oh wait. Oh, this is amazing. I can use this boss. Perfect. I don't need to learn that skill from the enemies I thought I did. I can just learn it from you. Perfect. So we are going to cast Charm. We're going to, I guess, start casting Shield to boost my defenses up. And then we are going to, I don't need to examine on turn 1, so I guess we will protect on, Nina has the lowest defense right now. Which is wild. I think Nina's behind Momo now. Which makes sense. She's been under Days for like 12 levels. So she's gotten 0 level-based growth to her defense for a long time. Okay. It's 300 damage. We're fine with that. That's not a big deal. Let's see here. Like, it's not going to die quickly to damage like that. So we cast another shield, cast a protect on Momo. We're going to start casting speed on Nina, I think, to get her some X turns. I should look at the steel formula at some point. I think the steel formula might be an interesting thing to check out. Alright, so Momo is immune to its damage now. So we failed to steal, right? And I shouldn't have stolen, I should have just inspected. Every third turn, never mind, we got it. Okay. Every third turn it's going to use Evil Eye. And now we have it. Okay, we continue to try to steal from you. We no longer need to do anything else. So we can kill this whenever we want. We got the Ring of Fire done. Why does this thing have a Ring of Fire? I have no idea. It also has a very, very, very low chance to drop a very good item. Which is kind of cool. Okay, that's very rude of you to engage in such behavior. Let's see. So we've done all the stealing. We'll do War Shout. We'll start spamming Triple Blow. But yeah, this paralyzes a single target. I think this dungeon is the first place that you see Paralyze as a status effect. It's kind of interesting. Because Thunder Strike also causes it, but nothing uses Thunder Strike before this dungeon either. So you have Thunder Strike, that causes Paralyze. Paralyzer, which is an ability an enemy uses that you cannot take for yourself, which causes Paralyze and bypasses a status check. You have Evil Gaze, I think is what this thing used, which causes Paralyze, but which I don't think bypasses a status check. That's interesting. We've got 2 castings of defense down on Cake now. Nice little crit there. Love that for me. And we just keep triple blowing. I could turn into a dragon and kill this in a couple of rounds, but for whatever reason, I don't know. I feel like just chilling. You know?
It's more AP efficient, actually, to kill it with a triple blow. Actually,
It might actually be. It might actually be more AP efficient, because it's doing 1500 damage for 5 AP. You know, that's not a bad ratio. You can just keep casting that up. Or no, just keep casting the finger. You are not going to keep casting this, because you need to remedy that shit. I unfortunately don't have the gear available to me that would allow the protagonist to very comfortably get status immunity. I could throw on protectors and a light bangle, I guess, which I should probably do. We should probably do that for the upcoming fights. I don't know how many bosses are going to be using status effects, but we should probably have everyone immune to status effects. Okay. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Yeah, this is the last one of those we're going to cast. We're going to do a triple blow. Now, what I should be doing is casting speed. I think that one casting of speed gets me X turns. What I should be casting speed on is actually the speed caster, but we don't. This is not going to last for very many more turns. Okay. We didn't even get the speed cast off. Okay. We get 2k EXP. So according to this, that has a 1 in 256 chance of dropping. With Charm, that should be a 1 in 128 chance of dropping. We just got our second Dragon Fang, which is one of the rarest ultimate weapons in the game. Okay. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. You wouldn't farm it off of that enemy, because that enemy you can only fight the one time. Like you don't get it from that enemy. Like you could hypothetically, but it's just not. It is simply not done. All right, let's take a look at sample 7. Sample 7, fairly similar to the last version. You are very, very similar. Wait, do you have anything that I need to steal or anything? No items at all, apparently. Okay. What's your strength? I should shield, I think. It actually only has 220 strength. 220 strength is maybe not enough to justify bothering. So maybe I just have you cast, I don't know, Worship, Gauge Triple Blows. You're not immune. You are immune to status. And then Momo can Shadow Walk. And I don't think it'll be able to do much damage here. I think that everybody is at the point where it has reprisals, right? So it's dangerous to. Now, this enemy does cast Quake, which we established when we fought against that slug that killed us that one time. That it's potentially very dangerous for a fella such as myself. But yeah, the reprisals themselves are no problem now. We have one more attack, and this will just fall over. I think another triple blow is lethal. So. I really wish that this game had more of a post-game. The one thing that the Final Fantasy series does really well is come up with like crazy super bosses to give you an excuse to want to play with your, overpowered, overleveled, like psycho party members. That's the one thing. Final Fantasy actually does quite a few things well, but that's the only thing the series does well. That's what I'm saying now. What was I doing? I was looking for Momo. Momo is getting to, 42 or 5. Everything's fine. Alright, so we're going down here. See what's down here. This is a save point. So we can save the game here. And do we want to finish clearing out this section? Do we... I'm wondering whether I want to finish the final battle today. You get a Cupid's Lyre, which is kind of a cool item. We haven't had one so far, but a Cupid's Lyre does the same thing that the other thing does. I'll show it off once we get thinger. It's locked with an electronic lock. Even Ray wouldn't be able to pick it. Okay, I believe we have access to the entryway into the final section now. Interesting. Can I just like walk straight through now? Okay. So I guess this was probably locked. And I just didn't notice. It is interesting that that door is locked. I don't know what that would be a shortcut to. Let's just poke around. Okay. Can't do that one. Can't do this one. Can't do this one. I was actually not expecting there to be a thing there. Holy shit. That's crazy. Alright, I'm gonna go this way, I guess. There are like a lot of like random bosses here, and it's interesting. But one of the things that's interesting is that we do see a bunch of copies of the bosses that we fought over the course of the game. My interpretation of this is that a lot of these bosses are just monsters that are being moved over at the same time. You'll recall that we had the Angler, right? The Angler boss we fought early on. Not early on, but we fought before we crossed the sea. We dredged that up with all of the machine parts that we're dredging up, right? And I think that that's kind of suspicious. As we're now seeing a bunch of containers that are full of these giant monsters. Now, obviously, some of these are not going to have been things that were directly brought over. I'm just going to check this to see if I need to steal from this, because it would take a while. I don't need to steal from you. You just have vitamins. So, I think these are actually weaker than the original. Let's see here. The original had 2,500 HP. These have like 1,200. Let's see. We can just shadow walk you. I'm stealing from it anyway because I forgot that I was doing so. We might just miss with the blitzes because they have the ooze covering there. We shadow walk. Decent amount of damage. I think I actually have the Ghostbuster on right now, which is not optimal. I should switch that for now. But yeah, you can see why I got cocky there, okay? It's not my fault the game has decided to mix things that look like older enemies and are as weak or weaker than them, but have roughly similar stats, and like actual bosses. Okay, so we get 1400 EXP. And we can continue on. We go up. I'm going to try to explore this place as well as possible. But we also will see some familiar faces here outside of Stallion. So you'll see that we have the Angler here, right? The fact that the Angler is specifically here, I think is incredibly suspicious. Because again, we've established that the Angler did come out of the ocean at us in a very particular sort of way. Let's just... Wait. No, you have like a thing I can steal, right? I think this has a steal that I want. So we won't just kill it instantly. my Evil Eye, but there's not really much reason to. I think we can just start triple blowing it, though. I don't think it's going to die that quickly. There's only one, and it was a fairly late game enemy, so unless it's way weaker than the original. Yeah, my thinking is that Myria's been sending these over. There's like a lot of like implicit storytelling that is not things that characters are saying or commenting on, and it's just kind of there in the ether in this game, where it's like, okay, well, what is going on? Like, what is going on with, like, we have all these machine soldiers, right? Why is it that Myria is only sending machine soldiers over, right? It's a very, like, oh, you don't have anything. I thought I stole, like, a fish head or something. Okay, well. Oh, I'm just gonna try. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, will be fun. There isn't really much commentary on the existence of these things. There isn't a lot of commentary on, like, Nikba saying that his power was granted to him by God. Now, he says our power, and he's referring to Rey. But as I stated there, and I stand by this, Rey's power is, like, an innate power of his clan. That's, like, it's not a power granted by Myria. And I've seen people, like, interpret it as, like, oh, well, you know, in a variety of different ways, but to me, it feels like the extraction of Chrism energy from the world is making the world less magical, and the people who live here less magical as a result of that. So, like, the innate magical characteristics of the... this is one of the harder enemies here. And do they have any items? They have no items? Come on, man! Come on! Why are you not giving me any items? This is bullshit. Let's see. I think I War Shout, and we activate... Do I Blitz? You know, maybe I should do a Dragon Form. You know what? I will do a Dragon Form. Do I want to do Miracle, Gross, and what is the... Yeah, just one second. Alright, I need the trance effect. Right, we'll do a mammoth because I think those will be funny. What was that going to turn? So casting War Shout, which does nothing because we're turning into a dragon. And then we're going to activate mammoth form, and I think that this will be a fun way to fight a couple of enemies. I haven't used a lot of the unique forms over the course of the game, and I really should have at some point. This is not a mammoth. This is a mammoth. Bullshit. I guess I should have used a better guide. I mean, they're basically the same thing. They basically look the same. This is very funny, because I'm not going to be able to use the ability, because I'm going to get confused on the... That's very funny. Holy shit! Okay. Okay. I'll take it. So my intention here was to go into mammoth form and then use a breath weapon. Ooh, we regained sanity. Are we fast enough? I think we might be fast enough to Meteor Strike. Let's do it. Let's go! See how much damage it does. Not bad. This is 400 damage each one. Is that as good as doing like 1400 damage to one of them? No, but if I had gone into mammoth form, I would have more HP to play with. So, though they use Tsunami, which makes that much worse as a proposition, but it's fine. We poke again. How am I doing this much damage, actually? Wait, how am I doing this much damage? With a normal attack, I'm hitting for 1400. Oh, they must be weak against electric. Okay, I was gonna say, like, wait, how could I be hitting this hard? I would be maxing out my attack power, and then I shouldn't get any higher damage from there. Shoot. There we go. Mission successful. The other nice thing about the Behemoth form is it allows you to protect the entire party in cases where you want to keep the whole party alive, and only the protagonist can really reasonably survive the hits. Because you go into Mammoth form, or Behemoth form, you consume all of the space on the battlefield, so you basically go to solo. I should probably finish Expedition 33, huh? But it's such a great game to not have finished, you know? It's such a great game to just not finish. Okay. So where was I going? So we can't go this way. It is very funny that there's so many of these one-way doors. A little bizarre. But we're gonna go up here. See what other critters we have to fight. Do we go for Myria today? I mean, it is in the title, but the word maybe is also in the title. I think we'll probably go for it. I don't think it'll take more than an hour to fight Myria. Maybe we fight Myria with Tiamat. That'd be kind of fun. Just do a 1v1 with Tiamat versus Myria. I don't think she can use Paralyzer. She can use Paralyze, but she can't use Paralyzer, which bypasses defense. Tiamat might be a fun form to fight for the final boss with. I really like Tiamat. Tiamat has an amazing design. It's an amazing creature design for that dragon form. There's a lot of really nice dragon forms in this. Oh. And speaking of Mikba, it turns out that he is literally one of her creations. Quite literally. Do you have anything to steal that I need to worry about? No. You have a silver mail, which I already have. So we're going to go ahead and War Shout. We're going to, I guess, start blitzing. And let's go with Shadow Walk, why not? Just plow through a bunch of earlier bosses. But yeah, so like, Mikba is literally like some sort of monster created by, or at the very least, mutated by Myria. You know, I have a suspicion that you can't actually. You have Lucky Strike. I need to be a little bit concerned here. The Lucky Strikes can certainly hit hard if I. Get Reprisal. I don't know if I can get reprisal here. Like, I actually don't know. Okay, we blitz and we Shadowlock because I think we have lethal before they get a turn. I think they only have like 2400 HP. Okay, there's lethal on one. I guess we triple blow here. Now, will I potentially go down to this? Yes. Would I potentially go down if I use Blitz? No, I don't think that Blitz can be countered because it's an AoE. So I think that Blitz cannot get reprisal, but triple blow I'm pretty sure can. So the hope here is that the triple blow just kills. Was this a smart move? No, it was kind of a deliberately dumb move, but we were doing it to help. There we go. So, Cake's about to hit 46, and I guess we're supposed to probably switch to somebody else. For his master. Oh, Jesus! What's up, buddy? So we have another copy of the Guardians. This is Geist. It's what Geist was like in the banger form anyway. Sample 9. No items. Alright. No particular things I need to pay attention to here, I think. I think we just... Wow, I should have equipped my demon slaying sword. I got a demon slaying knife! It's got a +9 against demons! And I think we're mostly done. I think we've killed most of the fighters. There might be one more. There might be two more. But I'm actually not seeing them on the list right now. One of the things that's kind of funny about this is that there isn't really that much reason other than just it's kind of interesting to look at all of the different samples to meander around and get all of these samples. There's it's like kind of a maze, but it's also like pretty fast to get to the end of the maze, but then getting back to the earlier portions of the maze is like more of a nuisance. So it's just kind of interesting. I need to figure out. I think we maybe do a Tiamat fight for the final boss. I think the Tiamat's a fun dragon form that I don't get to use much. But the problem is that Tiamat is... You know what? No, it's fine. We can basically just go into Tiamat and then just beat it to death. And call it a day. We got some moon tears, and that gets us to here. So I think we might have everything. I think all these lights might be green now. Messaging me. Do we dive into the end game? You know, I kind of would prefer to do it tomorrow. Which is kind of crazy. But I kind of would. I'm still feeling a bit tired, which doesn't make any sense. I've been sleeping for 24 hours. I'm Still feeling kind of tired. I don't feel like... I don't know that I can do the ending justice right now. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. We'll think about it while we're heading into this area. It's interesting that the enemies guide, for some reason, doesn't include the enemies in the place that they first showed up here. Do I want to... So Honey wandered off. I think we all know by now that whenever she runs off like that, it always means trouble. Can I leave? Can I just walk away? Okay. Okay, I see you, I hear you, and I kill you. Yeah, the Revenants have a very, very low chance to drop the best gear for Nina, the best equipment for Nina's chest slot. The armor, the mist armor things. Oh, we got a Seeking Sword. Have the ability to drop a thinger. I don't think the Seeking Sword is particularly interesting. Heroic Strength. We already have one. Let's go ahead and equip the Cupid's Lyre. Do we have Ares gloves? We have Ares gloves on everybody. I didn't realize we have 3 copies now. Let's fight a few fights here. Let's see here. What's my current situation? We're getting to 46 on Ladon. Is that correct? 46 is Ladon, yes. Okay, so Nina is getting... Yeah, we know she's getting the next one. And you're getting to 42, so yeah, we're... So, do we fight... Yeah, let's just fight a couple battles here. And then go back up. Encounter rate here is not great. Oh, shit! You know, I was thinking that it was going to take me a long time to get the gear for Nina, but these might have a low drop rate, but there's a hell of a lot of them in this fucking dungeon. Like, this group of 3 on its own, without using Charm, gets you 1% of the way to the number of encounters that you would expect to have before you got it. So, that's pretty good. Alright, so we have tens of thousands of EXP left. Let's just not worry about it for now. I think when I get to like 20,000 EXP, we'll walk back out and go get the next thinger. And then for you, we Charm, and Cake, I think, can just use a normal attack, honestly. Should be fine. We might miss and then die and only find us so okay. That's not a lot of EXP. It's interesting. Some of the enemies give way more EXP than others. I should check what the encounter list is for this place, because I believe in this section we can still get access to the thinger. I think we can still see Goo Kings here, but I haven't actually looked at the encounter list to check. Yeah, now that I have Charm on Nina, this feels very smooth. think I probably do. This is a lot of just revenants, I'm not gonna lie. Let's look at this thing and see what the encounter list looks like. Oh, that's not lethal. So we have... I assume that the section that we're in is this section. So there should be a 1 in 4 chance of running into a vampire with a shit ton of bats. There should be this pack is a 3 in 16 chance, and it actually has an additional revenant that is not visible right now. Which is interesting. There's also a fight with 2 Mistmen. It looks like this is an identical list to the list for that other place, that other room that we were in. Do the vampires have anything that I need to worry about? I don't know if they do. We can get a shit ton of EXP off of this now that I think about it. Oh right, we should probably just charm one of the bats rather than try to steal from it. We can... Do you have your Ghostbuster equipped? You sure do. Let's just Shadow Walk after a Blitz and see if this gets the job done. My hope is that I wipe the entire field. Not quite. Okay, interesting. So you did survive. You're casting Frost, and you're activating Sicko mode for the next turn. And you don't have... We triple blow, and we shadow blow. It's flustered. I think triple blow is probably fun. Sure is. Yeah, I really like the different. I love that you have a desire to swap between all of your gear. The best gear in the game is dependent entirely on what fight you're in. Like, what enemy you're fighting, like, pretty completely determines what is the optimal gear for this fight, right? Like, this is an enemy that you can do Bane damage with anti-devil gear, you can do Bane damage with holy damage. Like, there's a lot of ways to do Bane damage to this enemy. And what weapon you want to equip will depend on what kind of Bane damage, or what kind of enemy you're dealing with. I think I might have lethal here. I'm gonna go. I sure did scatter the enemy. That's pretty cool. A good amount of EXP. Momo's actually closing in on level 42, so we could level her up at the same time. Do I want to just do it? Yeah, I think we will. I think we will just go after the boss. I was thinking that I wouldn't. Yeah, let's just go after the boss. I think that's reasonable. Let's go after the boss. Should be interesting, and I will hopefully hopefully be able to provide some decent commentary on it. It's just an interesting setup, like the fact that like that you have all these samples. She's been sending monsters over. She's been sending machine soldiers over. She's been doing a bunch of stuff that's like super shady. And I just think I think this is interesting. Let's go talk to her and see what she has to say. I mean, she also did a genocide. But I'm more talking about her interaction with the rest of the world, not her interaction with the people that she's trying to exterminate, right? Like, that's obviously bad. That part is obviously bad. What I'm curious more about is, like, the rest of the dynamic. Alright, so... I also don't know how much... Oh my god. Oh, okay. I was like, already? It's like, no. This is just a cutscene. You're an amazing machine. Do you know that, honey? Do you know you're an amazing machine, honey? Attention. Navigator code for highest level functions accepted. Access to library mode granted. Are there random encounters in this section? Welcome, we serve the Almighty Goddess. Before you meet with the Holy Myria, please hear our words. I mean, I guess I could. The Holy Myria awaits you ahead. Okay. Okay, there are still encounters here. That's good to know. Wait, am I going to have enough EXP to play with? But you know what's going to be really suck? Is if I get a really shiny object that I want to hold on to. And then I'm heading toward the boss. And then I'm like, no, I want to turn around. But also I want all the lore to be in the same place. Can I talk to them again after? I don't know. We'll see. The lore! Jeez. Okay. Take those. Take those. Triple Blow is surprisingly good. I mean, it makes sense that it's good. It's 3 blows. And you only get it at the last second, but... Before the coming of Myria, the world was dying. The wounded earth was being covered by sand. And the very life was being sucked out of its inhabitants. The grieving Myria used all her divine power to divide the world into 2 halves. One half being where you are now, the Desert of Death, and the other, the world you came from, overflowing with life. This is not super overflowing with life right now, I'm not gonna lie. This is not the most verdant landscape you could have chosen for making your point. I don't believe this for a second, by the way. I think this is propaganda. The 2 worlds are separated by the vast and violent ocean you call the Outer Sea. Which protects your world from the desert. Yeah, I do not believe anything that these people are saying. The majority of life that escaped death was taken like yourselves to the other world. Was it now? I would be willing to say the majority of things that have managed to survive on the side that isn't a horrifying desert nightmarescape. That does seem accurate. It is Myria's desire to protect life, to protect your world. Even a monster's life is sacred to Myria. Yeah, it sure is, isn't it? It sure is. It's also so funny because it's like, oh, even a monster's life is sacred to Myria, which is why she did a genocide of not monsters. In order to protect the life she so loved, Myria instituted many forms of safeguards and controls. Foremost among these is the control of technology. So in order to protect life, she controls technology. And the way she controls technology is by sending machine soldiers that have guns over to everybody. Myria makes certain that no dangerous machines, like weapons, are developed. They're not developed, they're just sent over. She literally sends weapons over every day. Myria allows the use and repair of only of existing machines and keeps the study of machines from leading to potentially destructive ends. Now, here's an interesting question. That's interesting. How is it exactly that you, how is it that you're preventing the research from, expanding? Have you ever found out what happened to Momo's father? We know he's dead, but she's like a kid. Like, it's not like he died of old age, right? Like, did Myria kill Momo's dad because he was a good scientist? Like, he knew how to do research and figure things out and understand things, which would allow him to develop these machines? Because, like, my understanding is that, didn't he build the machine that was kind of garbage, but, like, the machine that, like, the escape vehicle? He built a lot of machines, and he was the only one who understood how they worked, and he's dead now. And now we have Myria saying, oh yeah, you know, I have, you know, control of machinery, and only I know how to make them and shit. I'm just saying. A second control is achieved through the energy of Chrism ore, which we've established is the life force of all living things. Fossilized remains of living beings. Transmuted by the blessed power of the divine Myria. So, again, think about this for a second. Chrism ore is not a natural substance. It's not a natural byproduct of creatures dying. Chrism ore only exists because Myria is doing something to the bodies. This is important. This is an important distinction. If you're thinking about, like, where did all the magic powers of all the different races go? Like, why is there a desert of death? They say, oh yeah, Myria came after the desert, right? Yeah, bullshit. She's been draining the life out of the entire world and turning it into fossilized chrism, which people are then using. This is the same time period that fucking Final Fantasy VII was coming out, okay? That 100% this shit is Myria doing crazy bullshit. You see, chrism ore is no more than one of the ways Myria provides the world with her magical energy. With her magical energy, huh? With her magical energy? The magical energy that's intrinsic to the bodies of magical creatures belongs to Myria? I'm just telling you, they don't hide the fact that it's propaganda. Like, they're not trying to convince the player that these people are telling the truth, right? There's like a little tiny bit of truth probably in some of the things here,
But the bulk of what's being said here is like very basic propaganda. With the purpose being to make Myria look like she's naturally the center of the world. Ray, Nina, Momo, Guardian Gar, I didn't realize what she was going to say, and Cake. My brave, strong children who have crossed the violent ocean and the burning desert. I am Myria. O great and mighty goddess, we have journeyed far seeking you that we might know the truth. O goddess, tell us. I like how Ray's just like, come on, man. Why did the brood have to be destroyed? Is there anyone that wishes the destruction of life? I certainly do not. However, I did order you to do it. But don't worry about that. The power of the brood was too great. Too great for my small, small world. As you know, this side of the world is almost entirely buried by sand, making it almost impossible for anything to survive. Life has been driven nearly to extinction. This is kind of a weird thing to put on. You'd think that this would be the scene we'd get when they were talking about the other thing, because this is way more vibrant. I have to preserve what little is left, because that didn't look like a little bit of life. I had to save the rest of the world from the danger called the brood. So you'll note that she started this sentence with, there's the desert, and the desert is bad. And she's finished the sentence with, because the desert is bad, and the world's being eaten by the desert, or whatever, I needed to kill the Dragon Clan. I needed to do a genocide against one of the groups of people that live on this planet. You'll note she didn't make any connection between the Dragon Clan and the desert, which is the thing she said was bad. This is the way that bad actors talk, right? This is one of the ways that they will basically start with a thing that you're like, okay, the desert is bad. Yes, I'm with you on that. There's not a lot of life left. Therefore, I had to protect the planet from the brood, right? Therefore, the Dragon Clan needed to die. This is a non sequitur, right? It's a non sequitur that is attempted to be like treated as if it follows, but it doesn't have a logical following to it. This is an education on how to deal with fascist language. So what you're saying is, we should just sit back and let you take care of us, like we were your babies or something, right? Exactly, Ray. If I did not hold it back, using the outer sea as a shield, the desert would slowly, inevitably spread across the entire world. Now, how are you... You say that the Dragon Clan has a lot of power. Are you saying that the ocean exists because of you? The ocean is you? If I did not continue to create the machines that are repaired and used worldwide, you're talking about the military hardware? The military hardware that you keep sending out that nobody seems to actually use, actually? Like, there's... Windia doesn't have any of these fucking machine soldiers running around. Like, Windia isn't using it. And Windia is, like, the closest thing to, like, civilization that we've got.
I'm just saying, like, the machines don't seem like much more than oddities that people use to like dick around in Rapala with. Like, they use them to make like the boats, but they could just sail. You ever see any sailors here? No, but like sailboats are good and useful. But while we don't have the means now, someday we might be able to build our own machines. Especially if the scientists who know how to, or I guess engineers, who get good at using machines don't get butchered by Myria. If the world were covered by sand, your lives would be consumed with the struggle to survive. You would not be able to build anything. Again, this is a non sequitur. The idea that So she's now connected. So again, we're connecting completely unrelated phenomenon here. So Myria is allegedly responsible for the ocean. She's alleging that, right? And then she says, okay, well, I need to also feed you these machines, because if I don't feed you these machines, then civilization will collapse, right? So that's this claim. That's the new claim. The new claim is that civilization will collapse. This is a Gish Gallop, actually. She's doing a Gish Gallop, which is kind of fun. So Gish Gallop is where you basically just rotate from argument to argument and never really settle on one. So now she's gone from, I've created the ocean, and so again, we're starting from the fundamental question of, why did the Dragon Clan need to be fucking genocided? She switched over to talking about the desert and how the desert is bad, and then she made the absurd claim that the ocean wouldn't exist without her, though what does the ocean have to do with killing the Dragon Clan? Did you need to kill the Dragon Clan to make the ocean? What the fuck is the ocean about? What does the ocean have to do with anything? Like, so she's gone to this ocean thing. She's now using the ocean thing. And then she's now going, then she just rolls right past that into, oh, so I need to give you all the machines in order to allow you to, your civilization to sustain itself, right? And then Momo's like, well, yeah, but we could just learn to do that ourselves. And she says, well, you couldn't if the ocean wasn't there. But the question wasn't whether the ocean needed to be there. The question was whether she needed to send machines to keep civilization operating, right? So she's justifying everything that she does via things that don't have anything to do with it. Like, it's just complete non sequitur after non sequitur after non sequitur. None of these things have anything to do with. None of these things have to do with the thing that she's using them to justify. Even if you succeeded in creating the machines you needed, can you say with certainty that you would not also build a weapon with which you might also destroy yourselves? I don't know, like a fucking atomic bomb that I just found lying around in a store in your fucking capital? In the past, this world was larger than you can imagine. Many people once lived here in Kerjan. And then I came. But the people fought and quarreled, and the city was swallowed by the desert. I was unable to protect them. I will not make the same mistake again. I will protect you all, you and all the life that is left. Don't buy it for a second. I understand what you're trying to say. We're weak and maybe we do need help and protection. And the power of the brood may be similar to the power that destroyed the city so long ago. Is it? Because I feel like the power that destroyed this city is probably a lot more similar to fucking Myria, huh? You think maybe that's probably more likely, that the person who's draining all the energy out of the planet with Chrysamore might be the one responsible, or the type of creature responsible
for the fucking desert encompassing everything and all the life disappearing. The person who's taking the life essence of the planet and converting it into a consumable resource instead of it going back into funneling into more life. The thing we learned about Chrism is like the thing that tells you. So why is the Desert of Death growing? Why is it that there's less life overall on the planet? Oh. Maybe we've turned life into a consumable resource, actually. Maybe that's what's going on with Chrism. Is that we've turned the essence of life into a fucking... Yeah. But what are you saying we should do? Are you saying that Cake must die? Or that he has to spend the rest of his life locked in some little room? In an artificial world? Like Tipo? No kidding. I don't like the fact that this is all being controlled by you. That you're pulling all the strings. I'm just like a little kid, see? If you tell me to sit still, it just makes me want to run around more, yeah? Oh, goddess. We have no desire to give Cake up to you. Nor do we wish to see him killed. This right here is what we call friendship. Having traveled with him, I can say that I do not believe that the power of the Brood is as fearsome and dangerous as you claim it to be. Now, to be fair, I have been kind of actively undermining the usage of the dragon forms, but that's fine. I'm shocked that nearly the entire world is covered by sand, but with Cakes, with our power working together, then maybe, just maybe, enough, my children. I admire your bravery and courage, Ray. GG. There's no need to worry. I will erase your memories of this place, and simply return you to where you belong, Momo. Gar. The sweat drop. My strength is admittedly small, but it is all you have to live with. Do you understand, Nina? No! Let's go. Fucking killer. Thank you for bringing Cake here, Guardian Gar. Your mission is now complete. Hey, Peiko. What about me, Myria? You didn't call my name. Fucking love fucking Peiko. Oh, Peiko's the best character ever. Don't you know who I am? You're Yggdrasil? You won't be able to get away with this. Not while I'm around. All I'm doing is leading my children by the hand, giving them a world they can live in. Myria, these so-called children crossed the entire world to get here and overcame the myriad berries you set before them, all for the sake of helping their friend. Cake find his destiny. Cake. Very well. We will let Cake decide. I don't think Cake gets to decide, man. I think that Cake should accede to the power of the majority here. What do you want to do? If you give up your power, the world will continue to live under my protection, as it has until now. Your power, which has brought you here, is too big for the world. Like the other Brood once did. Accept your fate, my Cake. Okay, we have that in our disposal. Pookie, Cake, you have to believe in yourself and in those who believe in you. Tell the truth, I'm really frightened. We're not strong at all. If you go against fate, something awful might happen to the world. But I've always believed you weren't a bad dragon. I'll always believe that, no matter what happens. I only know how to fix machines, you know? But we can dig up those machines, even if they're buried under a desert, and learn from them. Even if the world is covered in sand, we'd still be able to do something. As long as we don't give up, right? That sounds pretty true. I brought you here simply because I wanted to know the truth about my own actions. That's pretty accurate. May have been a selfish reason, also true, but I've learned one thing from all this. Now, more than Myria, I trust you, Cake. Okay, well, I don't need your religious worship, but that's okay. You know, it's probably for the best. It's because of all that nonsense she's going on about that Tipo ended up the way he did. She messed with my brother. That's the one thing I can't forgive. You know, I will say, of the people here, this is kind of interesting. I've talked a bit of shit about Ray over the course of this game, saying that he's dangerous, that he's not particularly moral, and like I've said a lot of things about Ray. That being said, of the people here, I think that Ray has the most level head, weirdly, when it comes to seeing through Myria's bullshit. He sees her do evil, right? What she did to Tipo was evil. He sees her do evil and says, well, clearly we have to stop this. He's the first person who draws his weapon. He's the first person to get... he's the first person to get angry in a very particular type of way. And it's interesting because in revolutionary times, it's not the good people who are going to be the strongest soldiers for good, necessarily. Right? It's not necessarily going to be the best person you know who's going to be the first person to bring out the guillotines. And I don't know, I just think that is kind of an interesting dynamic. You can't let people like Ray run your revolution, because it will go very, very badly if you let people like Ray run your revolution. But people like Ray, who is kind of dangerous, kind of amoral, got a lot of problems with the way that he thinks about the world, is a valuable contributor to taking down pieces of shit like this lady. Decision on which the fate of the world hangs in the balance. Whether she's a robot or whether she's a monster or whatever the hell she is, because kind of implied that she's like a robot, maybe. Give up the power of the brood and live in the peaceful world, watched over by the goddess, or believe in the power of the brood and travel into the empty desert where unknown dangers await. God, I would love to see some unknown dangers. Oh man, give me a fucking epilogue. Give me a fucking epilogue with lots of powerful monsters that I have to fight. Cake realized he couldn't give up his power. Of course he thought of his people and his destiny and Tipo, but more importantly, he felt that if he gave up his power, he would no longer be himself. I don't think that's the most important factor here. Do you realize what it is you're trying to do you? By making me your enemy, you realize you are making the whole world your enemy, don't you? This is actually classic fascist like thinking. This is like the way that fascists are. I have faith that the brood, you are my personal enemy, therefore you are the enemy of the nation, right? How many times have we heard that recently? But that's also that's the language of Hitler, that's the language of Mussolini, that's the language of the Emperor of Japan. That's how these people talk. And it's not an accident that they talk that way. Come, lower your weapon. That's okay. Cake realized it was foolish to challenge a god, but he held his ground. I think you'll be fine. You've got a god on your side, man. My poor Cake. Your great power has driven you mad. This is also the way that they talk. No, this is more of like liberals who would talk this way, more so like you know, the like centrist Dem type who are like, oh, you know, you've clearly gone mad. You don't want us to like exterminate an entire ethnic group. Oh, but they're over there. It's fine. They're over there. You've been driven mad by the idea that it's bad to kill people. This does sound more adjacent to like centrist Dem language, but it's not unavailable to like the far right. It's not as common. What of those who do not have such power like the Brood? They cannot live without my protection. By not giving up your power, you threaten their very existence. The rationalization toward... This is very cult leader, right? The rationalization toward the inevitable conclusion, right? Just as I always believed, the Brood truly are a danger, a threat to the world. You will not die for me, therefore you are a threat to the world. Right? That is the language that she's using. This is honestly the language that like Israel uses about Gaza. Like modern genocides, like this is actually the language that is brought about. Is like this kind of like crazy like look at the way that that the war with Iran right now is being justified, right? Like it's barely being justified. But like if you look at the way that like these kinds of things are justified, I still cannot. I can't believe when there was some Iranian like public servant. I don't know what he was like he was like an international communications person. I don't know what his thing was, but like similar to like Secretary of State or something like that, but not that position. And he was talking to like an American news outlet, and he was saying like, well, like, obviously, if America attacks us, then we will start bombing the shit out of your bases in the Middle East. And the woman looked, like, genuinely, like, horrified and was like, what makes you think you have the right to bomb our bases in the Middle East if we attack you? And that's this woman. This woman right here, that's what she embodies. This, like, this imperial arrogance of she can do anything that she wants to you, and it's fine. Whatever she does to you is fine. If you try to defend yourself, you are an enemy of the world. You are dangerous. You are a terrorist. You are evil. That's this woman. That's what Myria is, and what Myria represents. They've done a very good job with it, honestly. Like the way that the logic plays out. Not true, Myria. It just means life is no longer content to live in the little cage you have made for it. It's a cage full of monsters that she's put there. Yggdrasil, no matter what you say, I will protect this world, for the sake of all life on it. Myria, life in your world has been protected from the desert. And death. Well, not from death. But that's not the same as living. Cake, son of the accursed brute. Now you'll see, this is where the racism comes in. The time for talk has ended. If you will not change your mind. That was her, referring to the Dragon Clan as the accursed brood. That is her intrinsic, like, deep-seated hatred and loathing for the Dragon Clan coming to the fore, right? She might pretend that she has motivations that are like, ooh, I'm looking out for the good of the world. She despises the Dragon Clan and wants them to be exterminated because she despises them. Very simple. If you'll not change your mind, it grieves me to harm you, but I have no choice. For the good of the world, you must die. You must die. Indeed. So we're going to go... I really do want to bring Peiko along, though, is the problem. I guess it doesn't matter who I bring along if I bring Tiamat to bear. Should I bring Tiamat?
I kind of want to bring Peiko just because, like, I mean, they're direct. I feel like this is the team that is the most, like, directly, like, involved here. It is very funny that I do not start out with max resources, but that's probably fine. Do we do this? Do we do this party? We'll do this party. I think I'm gonna just do a Tiamat fight because I'm kind of curious about it. We're gonna do an attack formation for now, and I think that if things go to shit, Peiko and Nina can pull them back out of the shit. So we should be okay here. It pains me, it grieves me, my children, that I must take up arms against you, against the very life I've sworn to protect. Yeah. But you must understand, Cake. I can't let you, your power, roam free in the world. To protect the lives of my other children, I must become unto a fury. I must definitely take on an alternate form that isn't my true form. Farewell, my children. No. Ooh. Now this is something that I haven't considered before. I'm looking at this creature design. This creature design looks real fucking familiar to me. Are you a dragon? I think Myria might be a dragon. No, Myria's a dragon. She wants to kill the rest of the dragon clan because she doesn't identify as such. Like, she doesn't internally think of herself as a member of the clan. I give you damn near guarantee that she's meant to be a dragon. She just looks too much like a fucking dragon right now. There's no way she's not a dragon. And to highlight my point, I need to figure out what I need for Tiamat, because I don't actually remember. Alright, let's try doing this. So I believe it is just Shadow and Trance. Let's go ahead and do the thing. You're going to swap this to Shaman's Ring. I don't think we're going to get a double turn here. Natively. I could it might be possible. She's not that fast. Like, she's fairly fast, but she's not as fast as the other things are. So maybe I could get X turns on her if... Where are you? It's in the Secrets Pack. The Secrets Guide is what I'm looking for. Okay, let's look at this. Shadow Trance Tiamat. It's 100% agility.
I will not have enough speed, so we don't need to worry about it. So we're not going to worry about changing up our speed at all. We're just going to use Trance and Shadow. And I don't think anything else will impact this. Alright. So we're golden. So, in theory, this should work out fine. And we're not going to be able to do anything with you in theory, so we will try the... Oh, right, I already did that. I think Myria is a dragon. I think she is a member of the Dragon Clan, who has decided that she's going to be the last member of the Dragon Clan. I think the call's coming from inside the house, y'all. You'll note the similarities between the creature design of Tiamat and the creature design of Myria. These are very similar designs. I think we just charge. I don't have a lot that I need to do. This is not a dragon form that's super complicated. So, Venom comes out. We're immune, I believe. We're completely immune to these sorts of things. I sure hope, at any rate. She's casting Inferno. If I'm not immune to Paralyze, then my life is going to get a little bit painful. Psionic Death and Status are all set to 6, which should be complete invulnerability. So as long as she doesn't have a thing that bypasses invulnerability, I should be fine. We saw Paralyze... Oh my god! Horrifying. We cast in Sanctuary? Okay, sure, go for it. You know what, I'm actually really happy. I forgot that she looks so similar to Tiamat. So, I really appreciate being able to just pull out Tiamat form to go after Myria. If you're not immune to status effects, this is a very rough fight. God, Tiamat looks so good. Does not look like how I remember it looking, but it looks real good. So, am I immune to this? I sure am. You'll recall that Evil Eye is the paralysis attack. Now, there's a world where it makes sense to be like, okay, I want to fight Myria with all of the, like, you know, other people. I think that protecting the world from Myria, by basically being like, no, that's okay. You don't need to fight everybody. You can just fight me. I don't hate it. I don't hate it as a dynamic here for this. I don't know if Cake's going to be able to 1v1 here for long enough. We only have a 100% modifier to agility, which means we aren't getting those X turns. So we have... It's kind of a close... Is a close battle of attrition with the AP bar. That being said, the reprisals help a lot. She has 20,000 HP, and I love how I just don't have to do anything. Usually I have to input all these, like, inputs and shit, and we're just like, you know what, Tiamat, like, look, the two snake dragons just fight each other. So, if we take the assumption that Myria is actually a dragon, which I think makes a lot of sense, and Myria, as a person who has done a genocide using the move Holocaust, is a little bit on the nose, but is also, like, pretty appropriate, I guess. Like, I mean, it tells you what she is, right? Like, pretty directly. So she's healing herself for 300 per turn, which is not great for me.
I think she's pretty low if she's healing and using Holocaust. Come on, reprisal. Give me that reprisal with a crit. Or not. That's fine. Mjolnir comes out. We don't have any particular, like, elemental resistance. Whoa! Okay, we need to take control again. Hey, buddy. Okay, so... How much HP do we... Do we cast Mjolnir on you? How much... Do we just cast Mjolnir before we get back into form? She's got neutral resists, so I just cast Mjolnir and go back into dragon form. I think I do. I think this is funny. We're gonna just go right back into Tiamat before she gets a turn, but not before my ally gets a turn. Oh man, go for it, Nina. Get the kill. I believe in you. That's actually not a bad damage, actually. Okay, we only have like 3 turns of Tiamat here, so after this, we'll have to like beat up Myria with the other 2, but... I'm not anticipating too much trouble here. You can see that like there are dragon forms that make your life substantially easier. You just have to pick them correctly. If you do a warrior dragon against Myria, you have to make sure that you have Shadow and what's the enhanced thing? Enhancer and Thorn. You have to have Shadow and Thorn if you're going to fight Myria with a warrior, because the warrior gene is not immune to Venom just hitting you with a shit ton of status effects, and Confuse on your warrior is bad. That would have been so funny if that was lethal. Oh my god! Well, that was 300 damage. Let's go. Almost killed by Nina just poking. Okay, bye. But yeah, I think she's a dragon. It doesn't change that much, right? Like, narratively, it doesn't change that much, but it does give a bit of an explanation for her, that she is this kind of, like, probably, like... It's hard to say what her original, like, intent comes out of. Honestly, like, it is difficult to think of that, but we'll see. It's over. No, for you, it's just the beginning. It was a long, hard journey, but we did the right thing, didn't we, Cake? Gar? As a guardian, my life must end. Here with the goddess. Time to die. So, go. From now on, you must walk your own. So Gar is not killing himself here. Gar is empowered by and a creation of and empowered by Myria. Without Myria fueling him, he will just die. My world, I tried, but it wasn't enough. I fear the world will be destroyed again. What should I have done? What could I have done? If there is a God, answer me. What should I have done with the brood? Sister? And I don't know that Daze is a member of the Dragon Clan. I don't know what's going on with Daze. Daze is a weird character, but it's for the best, Myria. You've protected this world until now. Yeah, sure, we'll go with that. This is why you can't trust these people, man. You can't trust Daze either. You think Daze is trustworthy? No, don't trust any of these fucking gods. No kings, no gods, none of this business. I'm trying to remember, what is it? No kings, no queens, no lords, we won't be fooled again. So no kings, no queens, no lords, no gods. Get rid of all of them. You went too far in your attempt to wipe out the brood. Yeah, no shit.
In the end, that was something your children had to overcome to go beyond in order to walk on their own. This conversation with Days is a very strange one. It's a very, very strange conversation that doesn't reflect super well on her as a person, right? Like, unclear how much of this is her just, like, trying to, like, appease her dying sister on her deathbed, and how much of this is stuff that Days actually believes. Don't worry, they can take care of themselves better than you think. If you go with the angle of they and the world are stronger than we think, I'm sure of it. Ruh-roh, Shaggy. What? Literally, what? Well, mission successful. I'm glad that we used Tiamat for the. I used to call it Tiamat, but I think it's Tiamat. Because it's I don't even remember what it is. But yeah. Anyway, this is not the only place where Tiamat shows up. I'm happy that we were able to use Tiamat for the final boss. I think that Tiamat makes a good, like, what's the word? Tiamat makes a good parallel to the final boss. It's kind of like if you're leaning into the theme of that, like, the world needs to be protected from Myria because she's a monster, which she objectively is. Like, I think that using Tiamat to do it makes a lot of sense, but Tiamat also looks a lot like her. So there is that danger, right? That threat of, like, becoming like her, right? As the now lone dragon, right? There's the question of, like, are you going to decide that because you have great power, you know what is correct and you know what is best, and therefore you should be able to do whatever you want, right? That you're there, which is Myria's basic position, right? There's nothing particularly about Myria that would make you think that she's particularly wise. The reason that she thinks that she's wise and that she's the only one who can do things is just because she's a narcissist, right? The problem is that she's a narcissist who has godlike powers, right? Like, when she is destroyed, it destroys that entire station that you're on. Like, it's not nothing, right? It's a big. She is definitely an extremely powerful entity. And it's unclear how much of anything, like it's unclear how much of her stuff, her problems are that she is evil and lying, and how much of it is that she is delusional, right? I think it's probably a mixture of both. I don't think she's only lying based off of the way that some of the other characters interact with her. But I don't think that, in the same way that, like, if you think back to the interaction with Geist, where we see Geist and Days is locked in that pyramid. The reason she was locked in that pyramid is because she was shit-talking Myra. That's why she was locked in the pyramid. Geist probably had, hundreds of years ago when he first did it, and then probably for decades after that, I'm sure he had some much more, like, reasonable sounding excuse for why he did it than because she pissed me off, right? She made me angry. She made me have to ask myself questions that I didn't want to have to answer. She called attention to how evil my actions were. That's why I did it. Which, that is the reason. Those weren't the reasons that he thought he was doing it. He wouldn't be lying in saying that he was doing it for some other reason. Those other reasons were the justifications that his brain came up with for why it is that it was okay to do this thing to this person who made me angry that one time. Right? So similarly with Myria, she can simultaneously be a megalomaniacal, genocidal monster and also think that she is a good person who is protecting her flock. She can simultaneously believe those two things. She is wrong. Her self-analysis, the thing she thinks about herself, is incorrect. She is a monster. That's what she is. The fact that she doesn't think she's a monster doesn't make her less of a monster. It, if anything, makes her more of a monster. Like, it's important that when you think of incredibly zealous, because she's literally turned herself into a god, and I guarantee you she was just a random member of the Dragon Clan, and maybe the reason she's as powerful as she is because she figured out how to turn her fellow dragons into fuel for herself in a way that I don't think was a thing in Breath of Fire 1 and 2. Breath of Fire 1 and 2, I don't think you're going around eating the corpses of dead dragons to gain new dragon powers. I could be wrong. I don't really remember how you got access to the new dragon forms, but I don't think it was eating your family members. I don't think that's how you did it. So anyway, it's entirely possible that the reason she's as powerful as she is because she was basically eating dragons to do what is happening with Ryu right now. And there's also it's important to remember there's two dragon clans. There's the Dragon Clan and then like the Dark Dragon Clan or whatever. There are actually two dragon clans. I don't think the Dark Dragon Clan is necessarily evil. It's complicated, I think. But yeah, so anyway, it's a really interesting game, I think. Oh, Peiko wasn't in that final cutscene. Is this Peiko? This is such a perfect thing to end it on. And ending it on Peiko sprouting in the desert is just it's beautiful. It's a beautiful ending. It's a beautiful ending. They did a really good job with it. Some of the stuff is confusing, like Daze's whole deal. Like, what's going on with Daze, man? Daze is like, I don't know what your business is, Daze, but I have concerns. I have concerns about how like sympathetic you are to the person who is clearly a genocidal monster, but also, you know, people don't have necessarily the best ability to recognize when their family members are bad and evil, and that you should. But again, also she's on her deathbed, she's dying, so okay, you know, it's fine, it's fine. But anyway, that is Breath of Fire 3. This is an excellent game. I am very happy that we managed to beat it. I'm happy with the way that we played it. I think that this is a good run through. We do have other things to do, but I do think that I think it's probably for the best that we do those things on future like Fridays and stuff like that, right? Like, I think that because a lot of it's like, you know, grinding out items and things like that, and it's nice to just like finish out the actual plot, and then we can start working on the remainder of the, because it could take hours and hours. Like, it might take multiple streams just to get some of this gear that isn't necessary at all, right? Like none of this stuff is necessary. You can see that with Tiamat, we had zeroed out Myria's attack damage, and we've already fought the Berserker and the Archmage a bunch of times, with a variety of different strategies. I'm happy with how we have been going through the game. The latter parts of the game, I think I kind of lost my focus on like what I was really shooting for, because like once I got to the Myria station, it's like, okay, well, what am I doing now? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't know. Once I got to Myria station, I'm like, something? I guess killing a bunch of stuff. But I think that, like, it was nice to be able to, like, fight a bunch of the fights with like multiple different people. I'm actually really happy that I did that. I'm happy that I explored more of the different characters and how to use them. I do think at some point, and I might start this tomorrow. I don't actually know what other game I want to play yet. At some point tomorrow, I'm going to start looking into what I want to do to build toward getting like a fight against the Berserker and the Archmage with different characters and utilizing their different sets of skills to be able to take out those bosses. Because I think that would be fun. I've fought the Berserker with like the same people a bunch of times, and it would be and we've done like some different strategies. We've done like a warrior based strategy. We've done a like a back row warrior. We've done the front row defender. We've done the Nina solo. We've done a cake solo as well, like a non-dragon solo. But I'd like to get a Peiko fight in there. I don't know what a Momo-centered fight would even be. But like, you know, Momo get a Gar fight in there. Well, just figure out some like mechanism for doing that. I think would be kind of fun. So that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been an absolute pleasure. I'm really happy that I decided to play Breath of Fire 3 again, because it really reminds me of how fun it is to explore a game and just like play around with it a bunch and just do like different stuff. I was really happy with the way that my character builds came out. Eventually I got to the point where I was so high level that I was like, okay, well, yes, I'm stronger than I normally should be, but also like I'm over leveled. But is particularly like fighting the Berserker at level 29. I think that's something that I'm actually really happy with. Getting the Berserker done solo at 29 is, well, it was a good time. All right, later, folks.